Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Thomas, and I live at 301 East 32nd Street. And I just had my wisdom teeth out. My mouth really hurts right now, so I don't know if I can. I mean, I'll do fine, but I just wanted to ask something of the people here. That what I'm saying, I really would prefer that no one really clap or laugh at the people in the suits or anything like that. I mean, because I'm saying this, I really sincerely and with some compassion for them. I just want to say that if these developers care so much about the ecology, doesn't it follow that if their concern is so deep and sincere, that whether this development is approved or not, they would do their utmost to preserve the creek. So it really should not matter if the city approves this or not. If these people are telling the truth about their intentions, then shouldn't it matter if we at the city approve it? And if we fight it at every step of the way, beyond the city, in the neighborhoods, at the legislature, back at the city if it goes through subdivision process, then the simple fact that our city, our region says no to this multinational corporation, shouldn't that be enough if they're really sincere? And if they care as much as they say they do, if they have as much integrity as their hypnotic, lulling voices would have us believe, then they have to accept that no. I have said at previous council meetings the idea of Melanie Klein, that she's a psychoanalytic thinker, that as every generation becomes increasingly technologized, that it becomes increasingly infantilized in its relationship with the earth, that it doesn't have any sense of giving anything back to the earth, it's just taking and there's nothing wrong with that with a real infant, giving nothing in return except being cute, but we're grown up, or at least we aspire to that as a culture. And often our parents don't meet our narcissistic needs, infantile needs, when we're infants, and then we often become arrested in that infantile state for the entirety of our lives. A lot of people do. I need to make these points to make my final point. So, and this is compounded by the high technology of our modern times. It's made our culture like 2-year-olds with assault rifles. I mean, we're really very dangerous people. And there's another psychoanalytic idea that when the child is denied access to its mother's breast, or when it gets only the milk of physical sustenance but not the honey of human kindness from its mother, it has this fantasy of ripping its mother's insides out. This isn't my idea. This is something I read in college. And it sounds kind of far out, you know, but look what we've been doing for the last at least 200 years. Look what we've been doing. I think it's something to think about. Can I have somebody's time? Thanks. Okay. The modern way denigrates the mother, and it denigrates the feminine in life. And just something that popped into my mind a second ago was when I was a little girl, when I was about 8 years old, I remember, I think it was about in 4th grade or 4th grade or 3rd grade, and we wanted to go out and play football with the boys. And this is a good thing, football image here. We wanted to go out and play football with the boys, and just this ploy of putting people in the seats to keep us out reminds me of this, that the boys, when we were playing with them, you know, it's illegal to get on your hands and knees and trip someone and block them, and they were doing that to us, and they were laughing at us and really making fun of us, and I felt so humiliated because I was a girl, and I would never have thought to do something like that to them. And that's what it feels like here, what they did. It makes women, this culture makes women feel ashamed of their bodies and their sexuality. It makes it difficult for women to find meaning in their lives and to pass it on to their children, especially their boys. Women hide their skin, and they're afraid to be imperfect, and they struggle to make themselves over to men's expectations. And I would suggest that men make the earth over to fit their expectations of perfection and passivity. And the golf course is actually very repulsive to me when I look at one. It's so surreally perfect and unblemished and uniform, and it's just the earth just really whipped into submission for these men. Okay. Okay. I just want to say that finding meaning in our lives has everything to do with being deeply connected to our bodies. And I think for our culture to have meaning and destiny, we have to be deeply connected to the body of the earth.
Okay, thank you.
I can go on. The earth that makes food to keep our bodies and souls alive. Mr. Moffat, Mr. Deadman, I am here addressing you, and I'm asking you to look into yourselves and forgive your mothers. Your behavior in the world can only be called infantile. Obviously, your infantile needs weren't met when you were babies. The feeling, I'm not making fun of them. The feeling of an infant with this lack is that it's abandoned, that it's going to die. A novelist named Robertson Davies says that there are really only two political parties in the world. Can I have someone else this time? Okay. That there are only really two political parties in the world, the Eros, or the Love Party, and the Thanatos, or the Death Party. The Eros people, they feel meaning just in being alive, and life is its own reward, and death is taken in its stride, and with faith that living right will safeguard that passage. Thanatos people fear death, and in that fear of change, they anesthetize themselves with alcohol and drugs, money, and power, any or all of those things. This life of anesthetization is not connected to the wholeness of life. And on a personal level, these habits destroy the body and bring death closer, and they make it nastier than it would have been in the first place naturally. Globally, these habits, these business habits, bring death to the planet closer than it would naturally be, if it's going to be at all, and much nastier than it would be. It's as if these people, in their fear and trembling of death, want to bring as many people and creatures down with them as possible and leave a monument to permanence, to slap the natural cycles of birth and death and rebirth, slap that in the face. It reminds me of the widow immolations in India, you know, where they make the women burn themselves if their husbands die. And these attempts to trump up the market where it's dead, it seems very necrophilic to me. Truly. It's this fascination with death, I think. And Robertson Davies also says that Eros people never leave the party, and that every once in a while a Thanatos person makes a switch, like that real estate man. He was like that. This is evidence to me that this Thanatos party fear of death is only a smokescreen. That in fact, the scariest thing in life is love, and the meaning and creativity its acceptance brings to our lives, and the responsibility that comes with that. Mrs. Moffat and Deadman, I'm really sorry if you feel so bad and afraid of love and life that you're making so many simple people and creatures here and worldwide suffer and die. If you care so much about the environment, why are you holding it hostage before us today? You're saying, give us the plan or we'll kill the creek. I disagree with Mr. Armbrust and his associates that the issue here is not whether or not the creek will be developed. I think the issue here is rather whether or not the critical mass has yet been reached in our culture for a shift of consciousness that will make us fight this development every step of the way and stop it dead. And we'll see about that. Only time and hard work on our part will tell. The issue is do or die. It's called war. Mr. Moffat, and Mr. Deadman, and Mr. Armbrust, and all of your associates, just a little bit more. No more? I won't say it. Okay. I just want to speak to the 2-year-old in you that's been hurt, and I want to say, I'm really sorry you're hurting. And I hope you have some grace in your life that heals that hurt. And to that 2-year-old in each of you, I speak for myself and the community and for Mother Earth, and I say no. No.
Go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Jenny Clark, and this is the first time I've ever spoken before the City Council, although I've seen you all. I do work behind the scenes when I can on issues of concern to me. And Barton Springs is more than just a pool. Barton Springs is a sacred area. I use it personally for my own religious experience. In other words, it's my church that I go to in times of need, which I highly recommend for anyone here to experience as well. I think that'd be nice. What I have today is a video presentation with our musical friend, Bill Oliver, who could not be with us today. So if the control room wants to wake up and roll tape, that's what I have today.
Thank you very much. See you later. Thanks a lot. See you at the public hearing tomorrow night at the City Council chambers on West 2nd Street. That's going to be a hard act to follow.
You might recognize that voice from the past.
It's breaking my heartstrings. It's coming down Barton Street. Making my tongue speak. It's burning for Barton Street. Filling the stream, development overflow. From the depths of Traverse Heights to the south of Zephyr Park, we are talking the best of South Austin, a new residential shots, and it makes my head swim. The direction we're going, making the moon fell flat with the sleep of the night. Still right through our hands is the best of the master plan. Condos on Zephyr Park, parking lots and long time lanes, water district around Wild Basin, impervious cover surrounding Lake Austin, ports in our water, the loose gem levels to grow, and it makes my heart sing, the beauty of Barton Springs. So lucky to have so near, such a delicate ecosystem. But it's spinning right through our hands like the spirit of the master plan. Changing the town we know to the city of grow, grow, grow. This is the frightening story of a contemporary urban master plan Brazil.
I've gone over my time. I just wanted to say, we told you, this video was proof of we told you so about building upstream, pollutes the creek. Do the right thing. Just say no. Save Barton Springs. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Sir?
My name's Steve McGuire, 609 Jesse. I've been in town 20 years. I'm a mechanic, a businessman. I'm not sure how success is defined. Somebody brought up a disparaging remark about that. I'm still in business, so I consider myself a success. First of all, I'd like to open up with a little scientific notion here. I learned from a plumber. Stuff goes downhill. That ends the scientific portion of my presentation. There is something I want to bring up, though, and I think it's a new thing to look at, something new consider here, and I'm serious about it. My home state is Florida. Born and raised there and went to college there. Came out here to continue the dirty deed. And right now they're faced with the real problem of their environment, and they have a very, very powerful environmental group. They have raised the environmental consciousness of that state to a political level that rivals how many people you can fry in the electric chair. But it's a heck of a thing to compare it to, but senators and governors have lost on the basis of their environmental stance. That doesn't happen here yet. They don't do so there because of a great fond, many do, love of animals and creatures and all the rest, water. They do so because they finally learned that no one's going to come down to a sunny New Jersey, because they're going to have to realize ecology, there's going to have to be maintained. Tourism is the name of the game, and they want to clean up their act. And there's the problem, folks. All the way down from above Lake Okeechobee, the second largest landlocked lake in the nation, to below it, the whole ecology has been ruined in terms of the water going into the Everglades. You've probably read about it. I'm not going to get into great detail. But what they've had to do was to dam up canals that were built within some of our lifetimes. They've had to try to clean up Lake Okeechobee. They're cutting holes through roads through that whole area. And believe it or not, they're taking the Kissimmee River, which they channeled to get rapid flow of water into the lake and into agricultural development, and trying to destroy the channel to, if this is the proper word, refabricate nature. And they're not doing so because primarily of a love of nature, but because they are sweating under their nose and on their brow, because when you turn on the water in Miami, it's Technicolor, it ain't pastel. And because they're running out. Industry knows it, the tourist people know it, and what Austin's going to be faced with, and this is what hasn't been brought up, is years down the line, if this thing does go in here, we're going to be faced with jackhammering that stuff out of there. We're just going to have to jackhammer it out. And if one other thing, and I'll be off real quick, I want you to help me with a little problem I've got from my dad. 20 years ago, I used to win all kinds of arguments, you know, back in the 60s. I used to think I won them anyway. But now when I go home, pretty soon, sooner or later, he says, well, what have y'all been doing in Austin lately? Building more houses? That's the problem, folks. And I heard some comments from the Chamber of Commerce people here. We can't get over that mentality, that develop or nothing. We haven't learned much. San Antonio has learned even more than we have, and that's nothing to brag about building an economy here. I'm a little bit discouraged that we're out there like economic junkies building more houses. Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, this has been a hell of a week, not just here now in this issue, but the whole world seems to be going through some kind of convulsive change. We're at a crossroads, and I believe the environment versus development struggles that we have going on here is our own Austin version of the Cold War, a no-win situation stretching on without end. In my time in this city, I've seen seemingly endless acrimony, strife, and heartbreak resulting from these wearisome struggles. Time and again, folks on my side, the environmentalists, have won this debate or that technical point or that election, only to find that after we'd gone home, someone had stolen the results of our victories from us in the dead of night. I voted or worked for 6 out of 7 members of this council. I want to know what happened. I think the developers, because they have the deep pockets and the sheer obstinacy to get their way, have tended to prevail in most of these battles. But I think that they might have won every battle now and really be losing the war. All you have to do is walk outside and see these empty office buildings out here. Look at the 20% of Travis County property that's in foreclosure. What I fear is that we will get the worst of both worlds. The creek destroyed and the economy as well. Why do these guys think they can build and sell thousands more units when the market is already glutted? So we're stuck in our own no-win Cold War. It's worse even than that. Not only does nobody win, I fear we will all lose. Gorbachev, who should be an Austin City Council member along with Mother Teresa, has been saying that we need new thinking to overcome the pointless divisions of the past. Austin urgently needs new thinking also to apply to this situation. The economy is not opposed to the environment. After all, how are these guys, Freeport, McMorran, marketing their development? Peace and quiet, natural beauty, the creek. They're killing the goose which lays their own golden egg. Without the unique environment of the creek, it's just another piece of dirt. They might as well build home lots in West Texas as on Barton Creek. You need to reject this PUD, but we need a permanent solution, because none of this building, I repeat, none, is compatible with the fragility of this ecosystem. As far as this new thinking, we need to quit the bickering and put the Gulf War behind us by buying a large preserve to save and sustain this land to the end of time. I think Mr. Robert Save Our Bucks Barnstone is a great guy. I think he's done a real good job here, but when he's questioning $30 million, say, to save endangered species, it's not too much. That's half of what we're spending on the convention center. It's less than 5% of what we spent on the nuke. It's less than 5% of what we'll spend on this airport. Wouldn't it be worth it to just put all this destructive struggling behind us and move on to other issues? You know, aren't y'all sick of it by now? I know I am, after 12 years of coming down here and you know, when I would rather be enjoying Barton Springs and sleeping. We don't have to give up all economic output from these protected areas. I spoke to a fellow named Patrick Shannon, who's leading a great struggle out in California to save the old growth forests, the redwoods. And he said, this is interesting, they acquired 100 square miles of forest, and it's not just redwoods, it's also other hardwoods. And he said that the way that they're offsetting the cost, pardon me, I've got like 2 sentences. The way that they're paying partially for offsetting the cost of acquiring this land at a cost of $30 million, interesting coincidence, was they're selling cedar, oak, and juniper for furniture and for housing. These are valuable woods, and they're talking about harvesting them sustainably. We don't have to clear cut everything to get economic value out of these tracts. So let's negotiate for purchase of this land or annex it for full purpose and bring it under a strengthened watershed ordinance. It seems to me that it's time for us to get this behind us and move on to other things. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, I would like to begin by thanking you for sticking in there and hearing everybody talk. And a lot of us appreciate that. We've been waiting here a long time. I had a speech, but I'm going to scrap it. The real thing I want to say is, well, it's a saying that Quakers have among themselves, and the saying is, speak truth to power. And I want to say that truth is on your side, and that's the best weapon that you have. This is your team taking a lead from Mayor Cooksey. We're going to be behind you. You've got support. I hope that Mr. Larson and Ms. Epstein are listening, because they're going to be subs in this team. They better be taking notes, because it's going to take a team effort to stop this. If it's not obvious already, I'm against the PUD. So I want to quit what I'm saying right now. I want to just take, say, 30 seconds. I'm going to call a timeout. This is a bit unorthodox, but I want to show you that we're behind you. It's time for the cheerleaders to get into action. I need your help, folks. Hold that line. 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 Thank you. Hold that line. Hold that line.
I'm Catherine Lee, and I live in West Austin at 1609 Waterston, and I'm a third-generation native Austinite. And I want to say I'm real proud of all of you on the council for sticking through with us through this. And it's been about 13 hours since I first started on this, so I know how you feel. I had a story to tell, but before I tell my story, I wanted to just comment on a couple of things that have come up. First of all, I agree with Sally when she said earlier that the information just doesn't get out, and I think that's one thing we've kind of backed ourselves into a corner with our system, and not just Austin, but everywhere. It's got to come where people start asking the right questions of the right people. And one of the things, I have a master's in film communications from UT, and one of the things I learned in freshman reporting class is that you answer questions, you ask questions, and you keep going on and on. You don't just stop with the first round. And I think that's why we got ourselves into this mess here, is we stopped too soon. One of the things I wanted to bring up is they were talking about maybe suing the Chronicle. Well, if you read those references in there, they're international journals. That's not the Chronicle saying that. One of them was the World Rivers Review. Another thing is, I really have a lot of compassion for the people that have come and worried about jobs and the economy. That the woman from the Black Chamber and the man that had the construction company. But, you know, my grandparents and parents lived through the Depression in Austin, and we didn't have to pollute Barton Springs to do it. And I think we got just as much moxie as they did, and we're proving it right here. Also, I think the people who are worried about their schools out at Barton Creek, and I believe all of these people are sincere. I mean, I hear people hissing and things like that, but everybody's looking for their own style of life, and they have their own values. The crucial thing is wake up, you know. Start asking questions, and don't just take an answer. Look behind everything, because that's where the answer lies. It's behind there. One of the things that when Sally said about putting everything in the public domain, I thought, why can't we do it? The Nature Conservancy does that all over. You read about it in the paper all the time. We just have to somehow start working together in a sense that things can be done. And information doesn't get... You can have my screen. Thank you. Information doesn't get out sometimes because of greed. If you notice, most of the articles that have been in our daily newspaper, and there haven't been many, have been below the fold. And in journalism parlance, that's usually what you do when you don't want to really give anything attention. You know, we should have had banners up there like when the Berlin Wall fell. That would have given some attention to Barton Creek. And I think this is why we haven't had attention to a lot of the things that have come up from the past. I want to say my story now, and one thing I want to say to the man who came up here and said that history has proven it's always gone to the developers. That isn't true, and that's why I want to tell my story. When about 38 years ago, when I was a sophomore at UT, I worked part-time here in Austin for a friend of my father's, A. Howard Osborne. My father and Mr. Osborne were fellow realtors, and Mr. Osborne was a real community leader. He was president of the Austin Real Estate Board as well as president of the Chamber of Commerce, and he had a severe heart attack, and he had to give up many of his civic volunteer positions after that. I worked part-time in his office at home in Tarrytown after that heart attack. And he came in one afternoon, and he was really tired. He was in his 70s then. And he was a Southern man, and he had a real good jovial sense of humor. And that day, it wasn't there, and I noticed it. He said, I've spent all morning out at the lake with one of my friends from the chamber. And it's 2 British investors who want to come out and develop the lakes. They just love Austin, and they want to make it like Lake Victoria up in British Columbia. And they thought the hill country was wonderful. And he was kind of sad, and he said, I told them no deal. He said, we've got a little paradise here, and we like it just like it is. And we don't need all the things that that kind of development will bring. We want to keep our peace and quiet and our serenity. So he turned them, had them pack their bags and go back to England. And then he turned to me, and he was a little sad, and he said this. He said, Kathy, one day there's not going to be anybody to say no. The glitter is going to blind them to the love of the land. This man was a Southerner, and he really loved the land. And that's what brings me here, because I love this land, and my grandchildren are fifth-generation Austinites, and we spent a lot of time at Barton's. I've probably spent more time at Barton's than any other places in the earth, and I've traveled a lot. I just feel like that prophecy isn't going to be true. And when I first wrote this a few days ago, I thought it was. But just seeing what people are here and the spirit and the energy that's here, it reminds me of how Austin was when I grew up here. And it's just one little sentence here on the end. I want to say that we don't need to have this. We don't need any kind of development. We don't need to pollute our waterways, and we don't want it. All we want is to have the beauty and the serenity and the peace that we've always had here, with the changes that are necessary. This isn't a necessary one. And we do not want to fulfill Mr. Osborne's prophecy. So I say, Barton Springs eternal.
I'd like to make a comment about the last woman who came up and spoke about the earth as a god, and I thought it was truly amazing that that woman could come up here and say that, and it's amazing that the people that she was speaking to, they all left, and they were all fidgeting and jittering, and it's truly an amazing city we live in, that people can come up and say something like that in public. Most of us may not agree with what she said, but I think most people, you know, they had a feeling in their heart about that. Anyway, I was driving down Windsor Road today, and I was admiring a really beautiful house that was being built, and there was some really nice stucco work being done on it. So I stopped and asked the gentleman. He was an old Mexican man who was doing the work, and I said, you know, I asked him how he did it, because I'm going to do my house that way. And I then eventually asked him, who owns this house? Oh, he said, Ben Barnes owns this house. And I said, well, how could Ben Barnes own this house? I mean, this is an incredibly magnificent, beautiful house. He went bankrupt. Well, he said, well, he didn't go bankrupt, but he made a lot of other people go bankrupt. And that's the situation we're in today. This is a continuing cycle that will happen again. We will go bankrupt. He initiated this project. He's now off the project, but he lives in a wonderfully beautiful house. And I would recommend people go over to his house and see it. It's right off Enfield. It's on the north-south section of Windsor. I wish I had. I didn't go back to find it. This issue about Barton Springs, really, this is just the beginning, in my opinion. I heard somebody say that the 90s will make the 60s look like the 80s to the 50s. This is truly, I hope that this continues, and I hope every week we have 800 people come and sign up to speak. I grew up in Austin, and I used to swim in Barton Creek, and the last few times that I did swim down there, I was truly amazed. Where I used to float down on my raft and watch the water moccasins hang out of the trees, there are now drainage ditches and sewer pipes, and and a lot of debris, tires, etc. And the problem that we're talking about, it's already happened. We're not trying to stop something. It's already happened. If this continues, this is just putting the stake on the grave. The gentleman before who talked about his neighbors at Barton Hills, all these people, they are all polluters. When I go down Bolden Creek, here you go. when I go down Bolden, when I go down Bolden Creek, you cannot walk down the creek now because MOPAC, the people who take care of their train tracks, they spray pesticides and herbicides on the tracks, and they spray to kill everything on the tracks, and it goes into the creek. You go down there, what do you see? You see a green slime that goes into the creek. I talked to people in the city, and what do they say? They said there's nothing can be done about that. We're trying to save Barton. We should be saving every creek. This is the city. We should save everything. My friend said before, we should be knocking down concrete. I think we need to question who we're electing and who represents us. I think we should look at Gonzalo Barrientos. I think he'll come up for election, and also Lena Guerrero. She's always been known to be for women's rights, but I don't think most people realize these two people also are holding hands with the savings and loan people and the bankers, and they also were responsible for the mid-'80s muckraking campaigns against many of these people that are on the council today. And people don't know that. And these people, when they come up for election, you need to come out and you need to say something. Ann Richards, when she becomes governor, she's got a development out there with Gary Bradley. What are we going to do about that? Is she going to be for us or against us? Max, you need to... I really think that we need some more press conferences. You know, we don't need you to just backroom politics. It doesn't work in the 90s. It's not going to happen. We appreciate Mr. Barnstone, his openness, his ability to come out and say things, and he's not necessarily always right. But he does come out and he says, and he speaks his mind, and that is the most important thing, that we know what is going on. You know, when I came here, I had people ask me, well, who's going to vote for what? Where are the votes? You know, 6 years ago, I could have said, these people are going to vote that way. Now, I don't know. And that is really, really depressing. It's really not, I guess you're in public office, so I guess you have to stand for it. But, you know, Charles Early, when people ask me, how can they get in touch with you? They have to go to your chemistry class to find you. I mean, that is totally ridiculous. We elected you to represent us, not just to come around to the meetings when they're happening. You know, it's just not acceptable. And this is really the issue at hand. This Barton Spring thing hopefully will bring us together so that we can fight all these things. You know, I think probably everybody's got to get on their bicycle and go out to the estates above Lost Creek and Lost Creek and all these neighborhoods, because that's where the battle is going to be next, because when it goes past the city council, it's going to go out there, it's going to go to state legislature, and people need to go out there and really start working, because this is not over. This is going to continue for years. You know, my feeling is, you know, do the right thing, as Spike Lee says, you know, and we know where the pizza parlor is. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Craig Nazer, and I live at 1207 Newport Avenue. And I want to say I've been in Austin 3 years, and this is really amazing. It's really amazing. I'm a dancer, and one of my most memorable performances, I performed in over 40 states, in 3 foreign countries, in Alaska and Hawaii. And one of my best performances was at that theater by Barton Springs. It really was, last summer at the Aquafest. It was a tremendous crowd. And I don't do it for the money, believe me. And I'll never make as much money as a developer. I won't. You know, but I love what I'm doing, and as long as I can go someplace like Barton Springs or Barton Creek, which I go to frequently, things will be okay with me. They really will. And so when these people have done something like this, I know you guys would be crazy to vote yes. I know. I mean, you would, and you probably know that, and I know that at this point. But I feel like I've had a knife held against my throat. I really do. And thank you for listening to us, those of us who do feel this way. And it's not just this issue, it's a lot of issues along this line. You know, I grew up in Ohio on the shores of Lake Erie. And I will get very emotional because I remember when I couldn't go swimming anymore as a little kid. And I remember that lake. And my father would tell me a story of how 20 years ago he could swim and see 40 feet down and see the pieces of sulfur that the ore boats had dropped and they could bring up. And he would tell me about that. And all I could see was dead fish, thousands and thousands of them. You can't believe it. And you can't clean something like that up once it happens. Once this happens to Barton Springs or Barton Creek, or any creek in this area, any lake in this area, you can't clean it up. And one of the things that did happen was 3 people in my house, my mother and my father, and a woman who was totally unrelated, they all got cancer in the colon. And I remember proudly bringing home fish I had caught in Lake Erie, dioxin-laced fish. And I watched my father die of cancer. And it's a statistic, you know, they say 10%. When these parts per million, it's 10% of the people might get cancer. But if you or someone you love is one of those 10%, that's not good enough. It's not. And, you know, thank you for listening to us, all of us. Thank you. And I hope to stay in Austin a long time, and I hope to enjoy Barton Springs a long time. And thank you.
My name is Inez Yarbrough, and first of all, I really want to thank the council for staying until 2 a.m., and especially George and Sally, who I have voted for in every election. We started to see them late. And I hope who will someday come back. And I would like to ask y'all to please vote against the PUD. I'll just cut to the chase. Please vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, members of the council, just plain folks like me. My name is Philip Hostek. I'm a recent graduate of the University of Texas at Austin. And I'm not going to speak much about the environmental impact of development upstream on Barton Creek, because I think that's been ably done. I want to speak to something that our dear friend Frank Cooksey touched on when he spoke to us, and that is issues concerning public space versus private space. Now, I think right now the City Council is faced with the most crucial opportunity it has had in several decades to let its citizens know how serious it is about civic life, about whether our city government is willing to ally itself as a matter of dependable policy with true democratic concerns for public life and space. A democracy such as ours that does not care for public space or thinks of it just as a cosmetic gesture toward the sense of community and civil society is doomed to buy more and more into the petty motives, public bad faith, and transparent rationalizations of developers such as Freeport-McMoran. Austin has been a particularly easygoing, congenial city. This has been to a great extent because of Barton Springs and places like it. Literally tens of thousands of people who contribute through services, skills, and labor to the everyday functioning of our cities, but who do not have the option of private recreational facilities, can come there and enjoy the fruits of living in the city, especially during the hard, hot summer that we're faced with right now. It's no threat to point out what's well known now to many people in America, not just to sociologists and criminologists, that closing down traditional, attractive, well-used public facilities such as Barton Springs makes violence and crime spread. Mostly, I think it's bad to give our children and young people yet another image of successful, cynical, and publicly irresponsible greed. We don't need to show the young people of our city how to buy into sham logic, bogus research figures, and smug indifference to the inevitable souring of promises that, quote, doing everything possible to limit pollution, protect the environment, etc. goes to justify. All this just calls for more rationalizations and glitzy rhetoric on down the line. We're on the brink of running a welfare state for the rich and the would-be rich in this country, whether through unfair tax breaks at the top, S&L deregulations, or such shamelessly pro-developer laws as the city and state has capitulated to. Barton Creek needs to be protected, I'd say at any cost. It needs to be protected because of the vital environmental concerns at stake, but also because the fight against these developer-biased state laws will be an invaluable lesson in civic responsibility and commitment that years of college and high school course can't match.
A little bit more. Mr. Brewster, we don't want any words, we want it in writing.
Get in line. Austin would not have retained the beauties it has now if past city councils had privileged mere capital ventures over the quality of public life. But it's not too late. Developers must not be allowed to approach Texas cities with arrogance and lies, but need to be encouraged to show care and eagerness to respond to and cooperate with public concerns, or not to approach our cities or state at all. The more they are allowed to take the posture of the Barton Creek developers, the easier it will be for them and others to get away with high-handedness along with the handshakes and business-as-usual smiles that we have seen here tonight. Thanks very much for your time. Thanks for staying.
Thank you very much, sir. Hey.
My name is Mac Royal, and I'm a swimmer. My father is a golfer, and his name is Darrell. I'm not going to say much more than that, except I want to hear a no vote. I love Barton Springs. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
I'd like to say good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Craig Sullivan, 409 West Annie, South Austin, Texas. And I moved here 2 years ago from Baton Rouge to get out of the smut of the city. And I chose Austin to open up a small restaurant in, so because it's such a beautiful city, you know, and the people are open-minded, and they take care of their environment. I grew up in Mandeville, Louisiana, which is on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain. I used to swim in that lake, crab, go fishing. Earth Day, they had a jazz funeral procession for Lake Pontchartrain. And I hope there's not going to be another funeral procession for Barton Springs. And I hope to see a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jasmine Starr. I'm Vice President of Travis Audubon. Brian Hale, who is the president, has ceded to me his time, so I have 6 minutes. There are obviously a lot of problems associated with this PUD application, particularly the threats posed to two of Austin's most treasured natural resources, Barton Springs and the Golden Cheek Warbler. Barton Springs is featured in a brochure put out by the Austin's Visitors Bureau, and it was featured in the most recent issue of National Geographic, as well as Outdoor Magazine. And Outdoor Magazine is a national outdoor recreation magazine with a circulation of 325,000 people. They say that Barton Springs is ranked by everybody as one of the South's top dunks. This limestone pool in Austin's Zilker Park makes credible the concept of a livable city. Mark Sanders of Earth First provided to me this map. It's a blow-up of what's in Outdoor Magazine. You might notice Barton Springs is about 1,000 miles away from the nearest inland great water hole, and actually the other two are at least 1,300 miles away. So it is unique, and in our part of the country, it's very special. If you thought that the poisoning of Treaty Oak generated a lot of media attention, imagine the news of Barton Springs continues to be assaulted and eventually destroyed by overdevelopment in the watershed. Aside from impacts on the springs themselves, the PUD presents a severe threat to water quality in Barton Creek and Town Lake. The PUD is entirely over the contributing zone for the Edwards Aquifer and immediately above a major recharge feature. Some of the fertilizers, pesticides, and herbicides used on the many planned golf courses and other landscaping will end up in the creek and in our aquifer. And while it seems that the developers are willing to commit to phasing the PUD with continued development dependent on the preservation of water quality, there are still many questions about that monitoring. And there's simply not sufficient soil depth. Wet ponds have been proven to be less than 100% effective, and buffer zones on 35% slopes cannot provide mitigation for water pollution. Even if there are deed restrictions on single-family homes, you can't police that. You can't look into people's trunks and see what chemicals they are bringing home. The Barton Creek study, which is supposed to be complete in 2 years, could go a long way toward answering these questions, or site-specific studies could be done. But there's no way these serious questions can be adequately addressed in the time that we have right now. The developers have proclaimed their sensitivity to the needs of the golden cheek warbler. But even if no habitat is touched, development along ridgetops will encroach upon large areas of habitat. Recent studies indicate that the warbler is particularly sensitive to encroachment from urban development adjacent to habitat. There are discrepancies in the data on the amount of golden cheek warbler habitat on this tract. In the case of a federally protected endangered species, these discrepancies must be clarified before any work takes place. If the developers are truly concerned about the welfare and survival of the golden cheek warbler, they will wait until the RHCP is complete before beginning any work and before resubmitting any kind of plan for this PUD. Only upon the completion of the RHCP will we have a good indication of the needs of the warbler and a working plan for protection. The May 24th Austin American Statesman cites Armbrust as saying Freeport McMoran paid cash for the land so it can afford to wait until the market is ready before beginning development. But in the very next column of the article, he is quoted saying that Freeport McMoran supports protection of the warbler but is not willing to wait until a regional plan is completed. The plan is 1.5 years away from completion. Considering that this is a 30-year phase development and that Freeport McMoran can afford to wait, the truly sensitive course of action would be to withdraw the application and seek approvals after the RHCP is complete. I don't have anything against the gentleman who proposed this project and nothing against development in general. Unfortunately, these people have chosen to invest their money in an extremely environmentally sensitive area. Land speculation is exactly that, speculation or gambling. There's no reason that the city government and the people of the area should have to pay for the risk that these individuals have taken. I'm going to leave you with a few words from Sam LeBud, who is a noted marine biologist. A reflection of our national policy of deficit spending on the environment. Every example of environmental degradation on the planet takes place because someone is making a buck on it. More so than freedom or liberty, profligate greed has become firmly established as the Western way. Historically, the commercial and industrial culprits do not pay the price for this devastation, but rather the people of the world who can no longer enjoy clean running streams and abundant wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this on? I suspect you. I feel like you look. I think I'm sort of dazed, and I have a class in 6 hours, and it's sort of unbelievable to me, and probably some of y'all that were still up at this early hour. We appreciate it. And I think as I sit back there and look up here, I'm counting votes on this. From what I understand, we need 5, and I'm pretty sure I see 3 and real possibly 4. So I have a feeling what I'm to say is to just 2 or 3 of y'all. What I want to think about a little bit is, I mean, we've got tons and tons of good reasons why the development itself shouldn't go in, and when you start to think about, well, what is the other side saying in their benefit, you start thinking, well, the main point of McMoran's presentation seems to be that they're telling us that they're environmentally sensitive, that they're going to do certain things for the environment. They're going to build some ponds. They're going to try to protect stuff. They're not going to put a lot of pesticides down and things of that nature. And so, being a teacher of sociology at the university, I immediately start thinking, well, why is it that you're willing to spend so much money on your development in protecting the environment? And if you start wondering about that, it seems to me that an answer that presents itself is that businesses do things in order to enhance their profits. So if McMorran is willing to spend a lot of money on pools and making their golf courses environmentally sound, it stands to reason, to my mind, that the reason they're doing that is they can get some money out of it. Well, how can they get some money out of it? Well, it seems like they can use that as a wonderful technique to bring people to their development. You see, we say, hey, we're environmentally sensitive, we're protecting the environment, come down and live at our place. Well, that's real neat for the, I think I figured out there's like 5,000 units. That's real neat for the people that are going to get to live there. And in point of fact, they might actually enjoy some of that ecology there. But the people downstream, on the other hand, aren't going to get to enjoy those benefits because the people who are there at the McMorran development are going to be degrading the environment downstream. So I think that when McMorran uses their willingness to invest a lot of money and make a lot of environmental safety sort of things and put them in there, I think there's a real reason for that. Okay, I think it is to convince people who might not otherwise be convinced that they're environmentally sensitive. However, it seems to me that the record pretty much shows the opposite. I love what Kathy was saying earlier. Kathy Mitchell was talking about how in New Orleans, McMorran put out that huge ad campaign, something like what they've done today here in Austin. It is disingenuous to the max as far as I'm concerned. It is just another way of glossing over. Anybody want to give me? No? All right, well. I'm not cheerleading. I'm not as exciting as some of them. Can I have it? Thank you. Look, it's just a way of glossing over and helping to convince you that they're real good guys. Well, that's all nice and well, but in point of fact, it increases their profit. And, of course, the profit motive is what's going on here. So, look, if their main defense is that we're going to put in all these neat little environmental things, think twice about that. That's not necessarily a real good defense. If their second defense is that this is going to bring jobs in, and we have J.C. Evans coming up here and saying, you need to let them do this PUD, you need to put that in because it's going to keep my people employed, that's another real neat disingenuous tactic, because what J.C. Evans is sitting there telling you implicitly is that, oh, see, if you don't let them in, all my people are going to be jobless. Well, that's what the man implied. Well, that's pretty much nonsense if you think about it for just a minute, because those people are employed doing something now. They don't have any tie-in to this new thing that's going to come in. So I see there are two lines of defense there, and I don't think either one of them really stand up to scrutiny. The thing that I would like to leave you with came to me when you got sort of upset at the person who you didn't think was being Austin-like and was denigrating personalities over there. And look, agreed, that may not be the nicest thing to do, but if you're talking about that's not the Austin thing, well, I submit to you that developers who are interested only in using the Austin area for their own profit are not the Austin thing. We, in fact, we're the Austin thing right here. We are Austin. We are the ones who care. The developers who come in here, profit motive. That's what they want. Hey, fine, but do it somewhere else, okay? The Austin thing here, we don't want that. Vote no, please.
My name is Lawrence Harris. I'm a father and citizen in Austin, Texas. I live in 1508 Southport Drive. I'm addressing the City Council and any other level of government which cares to join in our struggle. A struggle for what? A struggle for a clean environment now and in the future, including the Edwards Aquifer, yes. A struggle to carefully plan and protect the recreational needs for all of us, yes. But more importantly, to join our children's struggle. Every day our children are doing their best, learning and fighting for what is right and good. Our children are carrying the full load of their future because we're downtown carrying on business as usual, buying, and selling away all the things which stand for morality like it was some kind of commodity. I don't really think that Mr. Moffett has enough time, being the ruthless businessman that he is. I really don't think he has the time to worry about the future of Barton Creek. When I spoke with George Avery of the Austin Sierra Club, he spoke to me not as a fanatic, but as a courageous individual asking that we all work together to protect our environment. Truly believing that we could work together. I believe there's a way in which the recreational values of Barton Creek and the environmental values of Barton Creek can both be protected. We must not, however, compromise our precious environment. I'm pleading for the children. Not that we just give them a clean swimming pool, and not that we just set some sort of goals, but that you as council could take command of the situation and stand up for our children and show them they can believe in their government leaders for human compassion. There's a lot of passion and there's a lot of emotion floating around these chambers on the issue of Barton Creek tonight, and yes, the decision of the future of Barton Creek lies in the hands of this council. But most importantly, you, as council, have the opportunity to show the people of this community and the state that you're a part of a government for the people, by the people, and of the people. Honorable councilmen and councilwomen, please protect this God-given natural resource which was given to us, our children, and our children's children. Please protect Barton Creek and all that it stands for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Jeff Athroy, I live at 1304 Juliet, and this is...
Excuse me, could you state your name one more time?
Jeff Athroy, I live at 1304 Juliet, and this is only the second time in my life to ever speak through a microphone. The last time, or the first time, was just last year introducing John Henry Falk to my U.S. history class. He spoke on behalf of my book report, and I often talk to John Henry, and I would like to talk to him now as in a character type role. And I'm going to bring something to this evening that I don't think has been brought up yet, but we should seriously watch out for it. Well, sweet boy, oh sweet Jeffy, tell me what's on your mind. Well, John Henry, you see, I think those boys are a little smarter than we're giving them credit for. You see, they know they're going to get a 7-0 against them tonight, and they know that the city wants to buy the property. Well, John Henry, I think, if that's really going to be the case, then they'll probably be smart enough to know that the FAA, which may have even called McMoran before they even told us, that one runway at Bergstrom Air Force Base won't do. And our studies so far have showed, supposedly, that the two runways will cost us more than going to Manor. So let's propose, John Henry, that the airport goes out to Manor and Bergstrom closes down, and Mueller Airport is not going to be good enough for an Aero Club. It's so close to the University of Texas campus. We have Bill Cunningham right across the street. Bush, Clements, Jim Bob, Mr. Deadman. So, you see, Austin, if these two properties come available to market it to the world, we would get the highest bidder that we could, that would develop it properly. But I think maybe that Mr. Deadman and Jim Bob Moffett may plan to offer us that pristine land at Barton Creek, which it is, for that rough runway. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Good.
and I live at 1304 West 13th Street. I'd like to read you something that Lady Bird Johnson recently quoted in the National Geographic. She said, "There are some marvelous bargains to be had here from people who dreamed too big and spent too much money. Perhaps we were greedy. Perhaps Mr. Moffett was $100 million too greedy and 4,000 acres too greedy." He was really angry this evening when he spoke, and I'm sorry that he's not here. I would like to personally invite him to go swimming with me. I'd pay his $2 fee and loan him my kickboard. My mother passed away this past December from cancer. The doctor said due to chemicals and herbicides that were in the water. It was one of the saddest Christmases I've ever had. She said that at the end of life, it's not the person with the most toys or the most money, or possibly in Mr. Moffat's case, with the most land that wins, but the person with the most friends. If he were here, I would extend my friendship to him, being a true Austinite and a Texan. I just urge you not to vote. Please vote no.
Thank you, sir.
Council members, my name is David Todd. I live at 301 East 4th Street here in Austin. And I thank you for being here and for everybody waiting so long. I think y'all are very patient, and I appreciate it. While I was waiting to speak, I heard some sort of snide remarks, some denigrating remarks, some snickers about people who were speaking up here very emotionally, and I think with a lot of spirit and conviction. And to those people, I would like to respond with a little techie lecture. And I speak in opposition to the PUD and to development in the Barton Creek watershed. And I speak as a hydrologist, trained, and I've worked in that field for a number of years. And I'd like to turn back about 3 years ago. A group of us at Rice University in that feeded city to the south did a review of the data that supports the comprehensive watershed ordinance. We worked on it for a year. We looked at USGS data. We looked at National Weather Service data. We looked at data from 4 watersheds. We looked at Lake Austin data. We were really quite careful, and we tried to be very thorough. And what we found is that the data that supports the ordinance is in many ways uncertain, and it underestimates the possible threat from development in all watersheds around Austin, and in particular in the Barton Creek watershed. And so for those of you who perhaps don't respond well to the emotional appeal, I make a techie appeal, and I hope that you listen to that. I think that the development in this watershed is unwise, and I hope that you will vote to oppose it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I promise I won't take and ask for everybody else's time. I think that's pretty rude. There's a lot of people still yet to talk. I would like for y'all just for a minute to put yourself in Mac Moran's shoes, not as a greedy developer. I want to state that I've been a builder. I'm against the Barton Creek project as well. But as an invader of your space, those of y'all, I watched the proceedings since the 6 o'clock news was on, and I told my wife, I got up and said, I can't stand it anymore, and I was kind of biting my lip until the sociologist came up. Put yourself in somebody invading your space. I'm a native Austinite, and there's only a handful of y'all in here tonight that can say that. Ms. Lee over there I see for one, and y'all have been invading our space for a long time, and it seems like at about every 8 or 10 years there's a no vacancy bumper sticker come out, and I don't like it. And so when you're considering future development, and I'm for saving the environment, I'm adamant about it, and most of these people know me, and they know I am. And but consider other people's outlooks, and consider the fact that they have a right to earn a living just as y'all do, wherever they wish to earn a living just as y'all do. And I'm glad you're in Austin, but look at, with respect, through the eyes of those of us that were born and raised here. And like Ms. Lee, I'm about a 5th generation Austinite myself, and I plan to stay here. It's getting out of hand. I'm almost ready to move, and mainly because of people like y'all that are making it hard for people like me, and those of us who've been here all our lives. Thank you for your time, and I hope the wisdom of the crowds reflect into the process of this project. Thank you.
My name is David Sears. I live at 2201 South Lakeshore. Way back at, I don't know what it was, 7 o'clock or so, when people started talking, some homeowners that were going to have this PUD property built around their homes testified here and said that they didn't want the property to be developed piecemeal. Well, think a minute. Isn't that what's going on in the whole Austin area? If you look at Barton Creek Mall and the developments up in Barton Hills Drive, Circle C Ranch, and however many others you'd like to name, that's exactly what's going on in the whole Austin area. The place is being developed piecemeal. Now, if piecemeal development is bad for these homeowners, why isn't it bad for Austin as a whole? You know, the passenger pigeon, for example, wasn't blasted into extinction by some Paul Bunyan with a howitzer. It was eliminated bit by bit, you know, 50 here, 10 there, 20 there, until it was gone, irretrievably gone. These developers, as all developers say that their development would have a minimal impact. Well, all the developers say the same thing. There's a minimal impact here and a minimal impact there, until all these minimal impacts add up to a maximum impact. And that's what we're dealing with. One more comment, and that is that development out there is not a given. It didn't come down on the tablets with Moses. You know, it's not in the Quran. Nobody says it has to be. So we can save what needs to be saved if we have the willpower to do it. Thank you.
Great, sir.
Good morning. My name is Kirk Tuck. I'm a homeowner here in Austin, 3408 Enfield Road. And I haven't had any real spiritual experiences at Barton Creek, and I'm not going to talk about revolution and taking up arms and going after people physically. I just wanted to get up and tell a story about San Antonio, a city which should be our sister city, and what happened back there in the 1930s. There was a group called the Chamber of Commerce in San Antonio, and they had a big plan, and their plan was to knock down the structure that we know as the Alamo. In the 1930s, the Alamo was just ruins in the middle of the downtown commerce area, and these businessmen wanted to build a plaza. Sound familiar? #1 tourist attraction in the Southwest. More people go to the Alamo than just about any place else in Texas. And it was a group of ladies from North San Antonio who reached into their own pockets and bought what is now the Alamo, spent their own hard-earned dollars to put that thing back together, to restore it, to run it, and to maintain it, that's given that city the treasure that they have today. I'm afraid any time they let Smoot Carl Mitchell vote on anything, and I'm so glad that Robert is here to balance some of the insanity that I've seen on the city council in the past 2 years. Remember the Alamo. Remember the Alamo. not up. My time's not up yet. I can still do more damage to myself. My business is a photographer. I used to be in the advertising community here in town, and I left that because I basically had to, as an economic reality, work for developers. And I sat in Steve Toplett's office, and I sat in the Watson Casey offices, and listened to greedy, power-hungry men talk in the most jocular terms about women, land, and money, and sometimes fast cars. It was the most repulsive thing I ever had to listen to. If I ever had to write another headline, nestled in the beautiful hill country of Austin, Texas, surrounded by the arms of the hills and da-da-da-da, I think I'd have to throw up. The only use I have now as a photographer for developers is for my film and for my paper. Thank you very much for listening. Sorry if I stepped on your feet, Carl.
My name is John Hitt, H-I-T-T. I live at 3111 Robinson here in Austin. I'm born and raised here. And sitting in line trying to think of something profound, but, well, you know, there's so much been said, so much profound things I can't imagine. Somebody who's been here hadn't been moved. I think some of the things I was thinking about some of my favorite childhood memories were in Camp Tom Wooten, which used to be right outside 2222, right there now. It's a golf or tennis court or something. And we used to hike around in there and climb to the top of the hills as scouts and look out over the lake, you know, and you could just look out and there was nothing out there. There was absolutely nothing. And then a couple years later you come in there and, well, there's 360, and what used to be Eagle's Nest, where the eagles used to come, is now a bridge. And then, you know, all these kind of things, Armadillo World Headquarters, and now this. And, you know, if they're striking at the heart with Barton Creek, you can imagine what's going on in other places around. And I've had a lot of temptations to move other places, but I've always stayed here. And there's really nowhere to go. I mean, where are you going to go? It's happening all over the whole world. And this development and destroying the earth. And I really hope this council will see what they can do in this one issue. We can start with the no vote and go from there. I know, you know, just looking around, I figure we've got good three. I know Max. We can count on Max. And I was out. I got out there and voted for you, Max. I was there for the runoff for you. It's one of the few. We need to get to... all right, let's get out there, you know. Come on, this stuff, this kind of response on election. That's right. So I figure we can count on Robert. You know, I didn't really like Robert when you first ran. But I really like this guy. He's all right. I like him. I think we can count on him. And George, I think the buzz is we can count on you. I don't know, you know. I hope we can. And it's real courageous, Stan. You've been voted out, but I think that considering you have debt, and I'm counting. I think the swing vote could be Sally. But I know Sally has a lot of debt, and Mr. Armbruster, whatever, is tied up with that. But I just like
Sir, I have no campaign debt, and that was a lie.
Oh, good.
Yellow journalism, and I did not appreciate it. There is no debt.
Good. Count Sally.
My name is Mark Word, and I live at 1604 West 8th, and I've spent 22 years now here. I'm 22 years old. I think of why this is the first time that I've come up and addressed the council, and I think right now this hits home literally because I was raised for half my life at least in Barton Hills around Horseshoe Bend. I've got a guilty conscience about that. You know, it's hard to go against what your parents do and just decide to do. But I don't think that little part of Barton Hills, I don't think that ever should have been made. And it was a great place to grow up. And the second reason why I was here is because the experience I have with my friends now that also grew up with me here in Austin, and they're not here right now for the most part because basically they have one thing or another or lots of excuses or something. But I think basically it boils down to political cynicism that they have, that what they say can't change anything. And they actually expect y'all to either let this sit and through some kind of whitewashed out paper book this big, that's going to go through anyway. But I think this is a unique opportunity for y'all to prove them wrong and to get them involved in city politics, to just say no to this thing. I believe that the cynicism started actually around in Barton Creek because when we were waiting out for the buses, they were blowing up the side of the cliffs there for Barton Creek Mall. And we'd wake up to our house rattling. I thought at the time that was real cool because we could go buy clothes and stuff like that. But not anymore. I've grown up and realized that that kind of thing just can't happen anymore. And Barton Springs really needs to be protected because I'm trying to make my way as an artist and doing bunches of jobs, and on behalf of many of those folks that I work with who are working probably right now washing dishes or doing whatever they can to make ends meet, they would agree with me, I'm sure. But please vote no on this and protect Barton Creek, whatever it takes. Make it a state park. Do whatever it takes. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. I just want to go back to the speaker beforehand. I just want to point out, I haven't always agreed with Sally, but Sally has taken on probably more developers by herself over the last 7 years than probably any of us combined.
My name is James Lynn. I'm a resident of Austin and a registered voter here. I've been here for 10 or 12 years, I think, about 12 years. I'm an artist here in Austin, and I'd like to begin with my remarks with a little observation that I've noticed that the names for groups of people in political parties are often the opposite of what they really are. Like conservatives are the people that always want to change everything and don't want to conserve things. I've always found that kind of curious. Anyway, they also are the people that say that we are, kind of an emotional mob that just, we don't know what we're talking about, we don't have enough facts, and we were just reacting. There have been a lot of educated people here with a lot of facts that differ from the facts that we've heard from these developers. But it's true that if you're doing a technical project, you need all the technical details. I know that because when I put something together, if I don't take the technical details into account, it falls apart. So you have to reason with what facts you have. And we know a few simple things about this without having to go into too much detail. If this project gets built, we know that the rich will get to live on their estates and in their luxury apartments. And they'll get to play golf on these little pieces of artfully maintained Scottish highlands in the middle of central Texas. That's where the game started, in Scotland. And that's what a golf course is supposed to look like, a little piece of Scotland. It takes an incredible investment of energy to make a piece of Scotland in the middle of Texas. The developers, we know, that will get richer than they already are. I hear people's fortunes named at $100 million. How many more $1 million do you need to get financial security? How many can you spend in your lifetime? If you have $100 million, there's nothing to spend it on except maybe making a good mark in this world, not on making just more money for yourself. I don't understand that mentality at all. We also know that their lawyers who are fighting for them will get promotions if they win. We know that their stockholders will make a few bucks on their stock. We know that the working class will be bought off with a few jobs for a few years. The swimmers will get chlorine and closing days. Excuse me, a couple more sentences. The creek gets nitrates, phosphates, and God knows what, and we know we can't believe those developers when they say it won't hurt anything. They said that about Barton Creek Mall, too. And we know we can't believe those people. And we also know that our grandchildren and their grandchildren and your grandchildren will get to ask us why we let this happen if we don't stop it.
My name is William Henry. I live at 4913 Avenue F. I'm a homeowner by virtue of the HUD page, and I believe in economic prosperity, though I'm unemployed at the moment. I think the PUD's a bad idea. I grew up in Houston. I remember when there wasn't visible air pollution in Houston. I like growing up in Houston, not because I was uneducated, because it wasn't bad when I was growing up. You know, a lot of the things Austin has right now are pretty. I remember when Houston was pretty. Okay. So I think what we need to try and find is a responsible, ethical developer to develop the city in the manner that we want. I don't think you can take the word of someone just because they say, hey, I'm responsible and ethical. I think you do have to look at their track record. And, you know, I think we need to look at the other things Freeport-McMoRan have done. But I want to just tell a story of another developer in an economic hard time. You know, people were out of work and they were hungry. And a developer came along and said, hey, I've got just the thing for you, and told them what they wanted to hear. And it sounded a little too good to be true, and some of the governmental bodies tried to stand in his way. And he maneuvered around them. And after a while, other governmental bodies got involved, and he maneuvered around them. And he kept growing and growing. He kept signing deals all along the way, going, hey, this is the last thing I want. I don't want to grow any more than this. You know, this is enough. And every time he'd kind of finagle his way around the deal, till finally some government bodies got together and stood in his way at an incredible cost, because nobody would stand up to him at the time that they could have handled him. You know, fortunately, Freeport-McMoRan's vision is not as broad as this developer's vision was. The man's name was Adolf Hitler.
My name is Sarah Searcy. I live at 1206 Bickler in Travis Heights, and I'm a native Austinite. I've been swimming in Barton Springs since my mother was pregnant with me. I'd like to thank everybody here for sticking it out and for restoring my faith in democracy to some degree. I came here thinking that development on Barton Creek was probably inevitable, and the best we could hope for would be to force them to comply with the Comprehensive Watershed Ordinance and maybe strengthen that ordinance in the process. And after hearing everybody tonight, I think it's possible that maybe we can work out something to make what hasn't been zoned to the Barton Creek watershed into some kind of preserve. And I really appreciate the fact that I can think that now. I'd also like to thank former Mayor Frank Cooksey, because so far he's been the only one who's elucidated some of the I guess the legal questions I had about this project, and unfortunately the answers I gleaned from what he said didn't make me very happy. As I understand it, if we approve the PUD as it stands now, we kind of waive our rights to have much to say about it in the future, and it doesn't seem like the contract of the hour is very specific about what it's going to be doing in the future. And I was concerned. I wish that some of the landowners in the Lost Creek area who spoke earlier were still here. Maybe they are, because a lot of them spoke in favor of this PUD. And they kept saying it would be better to have it developed by these people who seem to be concerned about the environment than to do it piecemeal. But I don't think there is, even in their contract, they've left a lot of holes about just what their commitment to the environment is. And if we approved the PUD, we would be waiving, I mean, the city of Austin and all our citizens would be waiving our rights to have anything to say about it. So I hope the landowners will maybe reconsider their position. Now, a couple of things that got said much earlier in the evening that I don't even think the people who said them are still here, but they stuck in my craw, and I'd like to address them. Freeport McMorrin and Mr. Armbrust and Mr. Dedman all talked about how committed they are to the environment, but at one point when Councilmember Barnstone was questioning Mr. Armbrust, he said, I guess there's a provision in the contract that says once a building has been built, I mean, they're willing to monitor its impact on the environment in the course of its being built, but they don't want to do any future monitorings. And I ask, if you're really committed to the environment, why on earth, no pun intended, are you not willing to continue future monitorings? That just seems insane to me. I'm sure every person in this room could think of at least one reason why it would be environmentally wise to continue to monitor a building and its effect on the environment. I mean, if it's a shopping center, can I go on? Thank you. It may become more popular, it may generate more traffic, and there'll be more runoff. I mean, there are a lot of things that could happen to increase a detrimental effect on the environment, and I'm not convinced at all that they are really as committed to the environment as they would have us believe. Another thing, Mr. Armbrust came up and said many times that they're donating over 800 and something acres to the city. Well, that's all very well and good. As I understand it, some of that land is warbler habitat that they can't legally develop anyway. Some of it is undevelopable because it's canyons and ridges that you simply can't put anything on. Some of it, I believe, I'm not quite sure about this, but I believe they're required by law to donate to the city. So it's not any big act of altruism on their part to donate that land. And if they say that one more time, I'm going to throw up. So that's all I have to say, and I guess it's pretty obvious where I stand, and I hope everybody here stands with me. And thank you again.
Thank you very much.
To the Mayor, City Council, I'd like to say good morning to you. My name is Ron Davis, and I am too a native Austinite, and I reside in East Austin, and while living here in Austin, I still choose to live in East Austin. I can remember Barton Springs in this way. We used to go and play sandlot football over there, and after we played football, we would go and jump into the cool waters. I no longer play sandlot football, and as far as swimming is concerned, well, I don't have a swimming physique anymore. But at any rate, East Austin can also be affected if you allow this PUD to take place in the Barton Creek watershed. I hope that all of you oppose this. With the Barton Springs water service in East Austin and also Central Austin, yes, we do have some concerns about that. And over in the East Austin area, we've also got an environmental problem, and that's noise pollution from the airport. You know, I had an opportunity to serve on the Travis County Task Force, Environmental Task Force, and while serving on that task force, we were afforded a lot of opportunities to bring forth programs to address those type of pollution problems that affect our environment, whether it was air, water, underground water, and also the solid and toxic waste. And we went on and on and on, and also non-point source solution. But I can remember vividly in my mind in one of those meetings, I can remember that it was recommended that the fish that are caught out of Town Lake are no longer appropriate for human consumption. And, you know, that really astonished me, because I remember as a boy in Austin, we used to fish all along the river. I mean, all over. And that bothered me a great deal, and it bothers me now. And we just cannot allow the sensitive areas here in Austin to be overwhelmed by anyone that would like to destroy something that have taken so many years to build and create it. And I just want to leave that with you. And I'm very emotionally charged about this, as I am on the airport issue in East Austin. But I'd like to say again that we must be mindful of the things that we all have to look forward to for the betterment of the community as a whole. And there were some children. Let me just take one more second. There were some children here, and I was very impressed with those children tonight because I saw some signs that were against this particular PUD development. And those children are going to have an impression from what we do now because it's their future just as much as it is our future. And, you know, maybe these children in the 1990s will say this if we don't do anything to keep this from going through. Maybe they'll come up with us saying something like, Barton Springs, Barton Creek, set on the wall. Barton Springs, Barton Creek had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Barton Springs, Barton Creek together again. In other words, all the money in the world can't bring that ecosystem back. I hope my children don't chant that, what I just stated. Thank you very much.
My name is Victor Emanuel. I live at 1507 Alameda, and I'm a resident of Austin for the last 12 years. I first of all want to compliment the mayor for the way he's run this meeting, very fair, and all the council members for giving citizens a chance to speak. I'm so impressed with the outpouring of citizen activism. I think it really speaks well, as it did in Eastern Europe for democracy, that people do take this kind of interest in these issues. And it really makes me feel good about Austin. There's been a lot of eloquence here tonight. I'm in kind of a unique position that I'm in the business of leading nature tours. I have a business in Austin. I started out in Houston, where I grew up. And the reason I moved to Austin was that being out around the world in the wild places I was and coming back to Houston and the environmental degradation I saw there, the culture shock was just too great between the beauty I was seeing around the world in my travels and the congestion and pollution and changes I saw from the Houston I grew up in. So I moved to Austin. I'm very, very happy living here. I live right on Stacy Park. I've been involved in a cleanup effort at Stacy Park to clean up our creek there and to try to stop pollution from going down on our creek as far as litter into Town Lake. And I'm very much opposed to this development because I think it would contribute to further pollution of Barton Creek. And I think that in heavy rain and heavy storms, these ponds that they're talking about are just going to get overflowed with water coming through those ponds. They're not going to hold back, just like a storm sewer. When you have sewage treatment is washed into streams when you have a heavy storm. And I think on the environmental issue, the most important thing, everyone says they're for the environment, is taking a long-range view of our actions and taking a big view in terms of what we're doing. And I really support what the earlier speaker said about how we're nibbled to death. It's like this development is just going to put in a little pollution. Are the people who are in favor of this development going to oppose the one next door to it, and the one next door to that, and the one next door to that? And what we need to think about is our vision of what we want Austin to be like. And the people of Orange County in California, when they first bulldozed that first orange grove, they didn't ever imagine that Orange County would look like it looks to now. And so 20 years from now, are we going to look back and just see, as far as we can see, developments and golf courses and more golf courses on into the hill country? And what I'm hoping that this event will do is spark an effort to have a master plan for the Barton Creek watershed and for our other creeks in terms of pollution of our streams. Because I think that a society that how it treats its water, how it treats the water that flows into its creek is one of the prime measures of the health of that society. And I think out of this outburst of energy today, I hope that's what comes, and I hope you vote against this development. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kirk Becker. I live at the Salvation Army at 501 East 8th. And I didn't think I had anything to add. I was sitting outside in the back dock there, just listening to the loudspeaker, and heard a lady from Chamber of Commerce get up and talk about jobs resulting from this project. And as far as myself goes, it would be nice to get a job sometimes, but if we got to lose Barton Springs for me to do that, then I'll pass up the job. It ain't worth it to me. That's all I got to add. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. It's just about all been said, I think, but a few little remarks I'd like to make, and then I'll be on my way. I'm kind of sorry. Before I get started, though,
Could you identify yourself, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Charles Foster. I live at 2106 Payne Avenue. I'm kind of sorry that the guys in the suits are gone. I meant to ask a couple of them before they got away what's making them come up with these schemes that they are. Are they wearing their neckties a little too tight or something? They cut off the circulation? But anyway, I've often wondered if wearing the necktie too tight was what made a developer or a governor or possibly a state representative. I don't know. But anyway, so-called development community in Austin has had a pretty much of a free hand in this area for a long time now. They've done a few worthwhile things in the last 25 years. And they've also done a great deal of mischief. And much of this destructive activity has occurred in tiny increments, just like the people before me have stated. And the effects of the same have become evident only through the slow passage of time. Well, they've had a good run here. I think it's time to reevaluate the activities those engaged in such endeavors have been doing in terms of benefit to the Austin community. It's time to draw a line in the dirt. In my opinion, their activities, kind of relatively unrestricted activity that they've been about for so long, is well past the point of diminishing returns. And specifically, now we're confronted with this PUD proposal. It asks for too much, and it gives nothing of positive substance back to the city of Austin. I want you all to vote no on it. I would love to see a unanimous vote myself against it. And another thing. Touch on the political aspect of this for a moment. You know, it's one thing to test the patience of the citizens with what is perceived to be ill-advised expenditures here and there, and the future of airline services and what have you. But it's quite another to push them to the edge with something like this and then vote wrong. And I honestly don't know, as patient as you all are, whether or not you can put up with what's going to happen if you vote yes for this PUD. Anyway, I'll be on my way.
My name is John Trainer, and I've lived in Austin since 1971, and my family's been in Central Texas for about 150 years, so I pretty much, and we come from a ranching background, so I have grown up knowing what water means in Central Texas. Now, I've been a professional musician here in Austin since 1971, and I've, on many occasions, dedicated my services to trying to save Barton Springs ever since people started trying to do that in the late 70s. Now, I'm a lap swimmer, and I've been swimming in Barton Springs since 1975, which gave me about 4 years of a daily face-down experience in the pool before the Barton Creek Shopping Center was built. Now, we'd get big rains, and it would take probably, maybe at the max 2 weeks for the pool to clear up back to its clear state, which pretty much when you're swimming down the middle of the pool with a face mask on, your head underwater, looking underwater, you can see both sides of the pool and about halfway down. And when you look out into the water to where your vision fades, what you see is sort of a blue translucence, which is much similar to diving in the Caribbean. When you look out into the water, as far as you can see, it fades into blue. Now, in spring of '79, they chopped the top off the mountain at the Barton Creek shopping center site. Spring rains came, all the dirt went down into the aquifer, came out of the spring, and then spring clouded up much the way it did in earlier years when it would rain. However, that whole summer of '79, it didn't come back. It never cleared up fully to where it used to be. You never could see, again, both sides of the pool swimming straight down and halfway down. You couldn't see anymore, and that blue translucence that you would see fading out into where you couldn't see anymore, that was no longer there, and it was more of a green color. And in years after that, there was more algae that grew in it. It continually took longer to clear up, if it would clear up at all, and it never really, seldom do I remember it since that time getting back to the clarity that it used to have. So I believe that the pool has never recovered from the Barton Creek Square shopping mall. Now, I think that the development we're talking about tonight is probably going to drive another nail into the coffin of Barton Springs. And I think that in the future, when we have another drought similar to the one in the 50s, when there weren't that many people living here, the problem we're going to have with Barton's that's probably going to really kill it is when there's not enough inflow and there's too much nutrients in it from this golf course. That's when it's going to become unfit for swimming. And I think that if we vote yes on this, then we're going to be closer to killing Barton Springs. I know I swim a mile in Barton's today, and whatever was floating around in it today is in here now. And this woman earlier who said her mother had died from cancer, well, don't kill me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name's David Hansen. I'm a resident of Austin, and I'm a student of history at the university, and I represent campus animal rights activists. I'm here to speak tonight for some friends of ours. Our friends, I think, would be a little bit worried if they knew what was going on tonight. Unfortunately, they probably don't, and they won't know unless the PUD is developed. These friends have no recourse in Congress or the courts or state legislature or the city council. This Sunday in Washington, D.C., some other friends of ours who do have recourse in city council, among other places, are marching from the Washington Monument to the White House in what is known as the March for Animals. It's a march, it's not just for dogs and cats, it's for black-capped vireos and golden-cheek warblers, but not just for black-capped vireos and golden-cheek warblers, but also for blue jays and grackles and crows and turkey vultures and cardinals and sparrows, but not just for black-capped vireos and golden-cheek warblers and blue jays and grackles and crows and turkey vultures and cardinals and sparrows, but also for squirrels and raccoons and possums, things some of us like to think of as pests, others like to think of as friends that might come eat cat food out of your hand one night if you're not wary on your porch. But not even just for these animals, but also for the many species of fish that live along Barton Creek. And all of these species who live in the proposed development area will die if these carpetbaggers from Cancer Alley are allowed to destroy these animals' habitats. The anthropocentrism inherent in corporate philosophy is obvious. This philosophy goes something like, the earth and its non-human inhabitants is here for human animals to exploit and destroy and do with it as they wish. If this philosophy continues to control our country's mindset, in 100 years, people like Freeport will have won. We'll have the whole earth to ourselves, and we'll be alone. Regardless, I'm sure you all know, when the next elections come around, we'll know who was for the PUD. And the city will remember. Please vote no, or just don't vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
My name is John Seiss. I live at 1124 Wild Basin Ledge Road, and we should look at a little history on why Austin is here. Well, it's here because the Indians were here first. And why did they come here? They chose Austin because of the springs. And then came the cattlemen for the water in the springs. And then came the city's urban development around the springs because of the water. So historically, really the roots of our history historically are with the springs. Everybody came here because of that. And I came here in 1970 because of the extremely friendly nature of the folks to work with here in Austin. Initially, I came from Cleveland, which was decaying, and initially from before that, the town with the biggest cancer incidence in New Jersey, Bayonne. When I got here in 1970, I was surprised by Barton Springs. I didn't realize such a treasure was here. The unlimited, unspoiled land upstream amazed me at that time. The only thing that was upstream was Loop 360 Bridge. There was no Lost Creek or places like that in 1970. For now, I'm glad to be, I like riding my mountain bike up Barton Creek, which is very nice hike and bike trail. Wow, how many people in the USA can ride a bike from the downtown area of their town within minutes, be in an area as beautiful as Barton Creek? It's very unusual in the United States. I hope someday the hike and bike trail can continue right up through this once-to-be-developed land. Now for my postcard here, which is a postcard that I like sending to friends to entice them to come to Austin. It's a postcard which I'm going to give to the mayor here. It shows Barton Creek in the foreground, Barton Springs Pool, with people floating around in rafts and the turquoise water, and in the background you can see all the bricks of the downtown area. It's a very unusual picture. It's about 3/4 of it is Barton Springs, and then in the background the 1987 Austin. And I don't know where you can go in the United States and see a picture of a city like this, and you'll see it on the newsstands around Austin. And but let me read what it says on the back of this postcard. It says about Austin: a favorite recreation area, just a minute, for the people of Austin and Texas is Barton Springs, located in Zilker Park, just southwest of downtown Austin. So apparently this is really quite unique, just to be so close to downtown. And I really think it's a real economic advantage to have something like this near the convention center. I think it's going to be a real boost to our economy. So let me give this to Mayor Cook, this postcard. Please help the city save a treasure to our economy. Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Cherise Hexamer, and I've lived in Austin since I was 5 years old. And I used to go swimming in Barton Springs with my brothers, and I remember that I used to think it was a lot bigger than it actually is, and I never dreamed that someday I would be helping defend it against greedy developers who don't even live in this city and basically don't love Barton Springs as I, and I feel most of the people in this room and people that have been speaking to you all day do. I really do love Barton Springs, and I also like to have clean water for my children and their children and their children for hundreds of years ahead of us. And the water has gotten a lot dirtier just in the 23 years that I've lived in Austin, and that's not a very long time for it to have gotten as dirty as it has. And we really need to start making a real strong effort to examine our own priorities, because money is just paper and water is precious. It's magic. We can't live without it. And I would really like to see you vote against this project, because that's all it is. It's just a project. These are just people who happen to have their names on a deed. They don't own that land. This land belongs to everyone in this world.
That's right.
And we're all born equal. This is our Mother Earth, and if we don't spend every moment of our lifetime trying to protect it, then she's going to get rid of us.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Neil Tuttrup, and I, together with Christy Stevens and Tim Jones and all the other little Earth Firstlings, managed to do all that's done in the name of Earth First in town somehow when we're not working or just trying to enjoy the time we have on this planet. And just to give you a little background, I grew up in a rural area. I spent my youth romping around in the woods. I learned to love the natural world as deeply as I can love anything. My Earth First activism isn't based on sentiment, though. It's based on an intimate knowledge of the natural world. All you have to do is look at a map. Go get a topo map of most any part of the planet, and you'll see that we've already been most places. Our roads are there. Some sign of human presence is there on those maps. We're down to the scraps. They're sacred scraps, but they are scraps. So we do need to make a living, but we can't wed our livelihood to the destruction of the environment. It just doesn't make any sense. So I'm going to go on from that into just a real superficial treatment of the PUD, just one or two items. Everyone else has covered everything else. I'm just going to pick up one or two details that have fallen through the cracks. Their Warbler expert, at least not the one they had here tonight, but the one that they had before, who I imagine they gave up on because he was so pitiful, was a man named Keith Arnold, who is an ornithologist at A&M. And at the Planning Commission, he was here basically rubber stamping their development, and you can read a pretty humorous letter that he wrote to Chuck Sexton in which he took issue with Chuck's conclusions. That letter was, or his conclusions were refuted by the University of Texas ornithologist Dr. Robert Barth. He wrote a letter to the city supporting Chuck Sexton. So I think that their assertion that Chuck is unsupported is just false. I saw their golf course wash away. I knew that they were cutting that golf course in. They did so because they knew the listing of the golden cheeked warbler was weeks away. They trashed in a big golf course, I don't know, 100, 150 acres in the weeks preceding the listing. And then they couldn't control the runoff. It was a big area. They put up rinky-dink little erosion fences, and much of the soil that they disturbed, I know it's late, but I've got some important issues. The soil they disturbed, the soil they brought in, filled up the filter fences. They either collapsed or allowed the rest of it to flow down into the creek. Massive amounts of soil. There were ruts 3 feet deep in that golf course. Tons and tons of sediment went into the creek, into the aquifer, and came out of Barton Springs. The guy from Freeport said that those two storms that happened in 2 successive weeks, he said those 2 storms were 100-year floods. It's kind of funny how no one picked up on the fact that we had 200-year floods in 2 weeks. So, to me, that just reflects on their credibility. I think they're full of it. I don't believe anything they're saying. I think most everyone agrees with me. So I don't think we should have the PUD. I think we should retrofit the developments that are out there now since they're out. Fix them up because they're fucking up the creek. Okay, I'm going to go on real quickly to development in general. The developers in town, their conduct, I was talking with one of them.
Excuse me, sir.
Okay, okay.
I just want you to watch your language.
Okay. I'll try.
I don't want you to try, I want you to do it.
The development of the last night I was speaking with one of the members of the development team. He asked me why we feel so strongly, why we hate them so, and it's because they've done outrageous things in town. They've trashed habitat illegally, they've broken our laws. Mayor Cook, your conduct has been much like theirs. In the paper this morning, you said, I'm not going to allow that, referring to people speaking on this issue. Cook said he had heard that maybe as many as 600 or 700 people may want to speak. I'm just not going to allow that. I'll set the time limit, and it'll be first come, first serve. I imagine it's your other council members who persuaded you to allow us to speak. I don't think you believe very strongly in democracy, Mayor Cook. So I don't think you have a whole lot of right to ride the people in this room. You've been jumping on them for every little thing. Try to look at yourself a little bit more closely. Erdy, his phone was off the hook for the last couple days. I checked with the operator. It wasn't busy. It was off the hook, as long as I'm critiquing the council. So, if the developers are willing to break our laws, who knows what else they're willing to do. A couple of my closest friends in California a couple weeks ago had their car blow up. These are two people who've committed their lives to the fight for the old growth forests. They were peaceful people. They never did anything but nonviolent civil disobedience.
Sir, your time is up.
Take mine. 9-2.
Earlier tonight, when I looked over, Christy and I were sitting over here, and we looked over at the man sitting to the left of Mr. Armbruster, and that guy sends chills up and down my spine. He is so cold. He's just so... I just can't even describe him. And I don't know who did that to my friends in California. I don't know whether it was some distraught logger or the FBI. I don't know who it was, but I bet they had that look in their eye. And if you ever if you ever read in the paper one day of Christy or I or some other leader in our community falling victim to some accident, you might just look around and think about why it happened to us and whether or not it was or just what actually happened. Some of you probably think I'm just paranoid. I thought I was paranoid too, until two of my friends almost died out in California. They almost died. And they were accused of carrying the bomb. If you know these two people, that's ludicrous. Someone tried to kill them because they were standing up for the public good and for the life of our planet and for the life of us all. And I hope the council and the people of Austin will do that too. And for those of you who say that it's inevitable, it's not inevitable. If we all stand up, if there's a popular movement for Barton Creek State Park, they're not gonna refuse us. If there's a popular movement, they'd have to shoot us down the way they did the Chinese students in Tiananmen. So, Barton Creek State Park, let's get it.
Excuse me just a minute, Mayor. Excuse me just a minute. Let me correct a misstatement that was just made. My telephone has not been off the hook. It is not off the hook now. I have the same, not at my home or at my office. I have the same telephone. It's listed, same telephone I've had for the last 20 years. I've taken calls at my house and at my office. My wife has taken calls. I don't know where that came from. My telephone has never been unlisted, and it has never been off the hook.
I couldn't get in touch.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Maybe you were calling the wrong number. Look in the directory. My number's listed at home. I've taken calls there from a number of people. My wife has taken calls. I've taken calls at my office.
My name is Ron Cook, and I brought my facts with me, but I think we've gone over them pretty sufficiently. I just want to say that I want to be a part of the city that shows the rest of the world how people can live with their environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just want to say something real quick. There's a word that I learned about a couple years ago called paradigm. I think most of you all know paradigm. It's a point of view. And I'm real proud tonight to be living here in Austin because we have kind of a special paradigm here. And I swim at Barton Springs in the spring, in the winter, and in the fall, and in the summer, in the early mornings. But I don't swim at Barton Springs on Saturday afternoons or Sunday afternoons during the summer, because there's these folks with broom boxes and lots of suntan oil. And I don't see any of them here. But you're here, and you're special, and you're the ones who make it. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Phil Calvin. I'm an environmental engineer. I'm a student at University of Texas right now. I'm not a native Austinite. I'm from Boulder, Colorado, and that place is very dear to my heart. It's a special town in America, and the reason it's special is because the city decided years ago to set aside all the land in the foothills. Boulder sits at the base of the mountains, and they set aside all the land along the base of the hills as a green belt to be used by the people in the city. And it's a beautiful town, and they don't allow any houses to be built on the hilltops either, so that when you look at the mountains, you don't see houses and rooftops, you see the mountains themselves. I spoke to the City Council 2 weeks ago on my position on this PUD. I'm against it. I have, serious technical problems with the information that's presented. I don't think there's been enough objectivity in the information that's been presented. You can hire an engineer, and some of them, not all of them, there are some good ones, some of them will say just about anything if they're getting paid. I don't know. I don't think the city staff has done enough work on this project to know really what the true facts are. And that's about all I want to say. Vote no, please.
Thank you.
My name's Zach Zahawi. I live at 3108 Grandview, DN, or downstairs. I'm here to speak against the PUD, obviously. Barton Springs and Barton Creek are the most famous landmarks of Austin, and I think they should remain that way, undisturbed. Water quality is not the only concern. However, preservation of Barton Creek as an ecosystem and unique area is also important. Therefore, golf courses, houses, and other buildings do not fit the picture. Austin opposes the development. That is not hard to figure. Some people have been here since noon, and the number of people present at some time during today must have exceeded 500. When was the last time that happened at the City Council? When? I also took a 2-hour break and went home. My neighbors were listening to it on the radio. I went shopping. People had their radios tuned into this. People were talking about it. Austin has spoken. Dallas, Houston, Fort Worth have long gone beyond salvaging. They're ecologically dead. Austin has suffered too many serious developments already. Barton Creek Mall, Circle C Ranch, Steiner Ranch, and FM 22 with its resulting linear consequences are but a few.
save Austin before it suffers the same fate as those other famous Texas cities. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council members, about 2 hours ago I was sitting at home doing work in preparation for tomorrow, and I was listening to Freeport McMoran being responsible for feminism, being compared to Adolf Hitler, and all kinds of other comparisons that didn't make sense. By the very people who applaud the constitutional right of free speech, but yet want to usurp the constitutional right to property. Now, I don't know any of the people involved in Freeport McMoran. I know them by name and by watching them on television this evening. None have approached me, and I've not approached them. But what upsets me is that here is a group of developers, and we're going to have developers, whether you like them or not. They're going to come in this city.
Excuse me, sir. Thank you.
This is a group of developers who are financially capable, and it seemed to me from the testimony I heard earlier this evening that they're willing to come to the city council, to the city, with open hands, say, let's work out a partnership to do something to help us recoup our costs on the property, at the same time preserve Barton Creek and the pristine quality of the area. And I think that that is something we have not seen in this city for quite some time, developers with financial wherewithal. And I think this is an opportunity for the city to sit down, perhaps delay a vote on approval, but at least sit down with these people and work out a plan. If we need to ask them to put aside some extra money to repair any damage that may occur, let's do that. But I think this is an open door for us to do something positive with some developers who do have the wherewithal to really preserve the environment as they see. Thank you very much for this evening.
Excuse me, sir. Did you state your name for the record?
I'm sorry, Mayor. Brett Williams, 10400 McMoore Road. And one other thing, so my time is not up, I think it's, after having stood here for 2 hours, I think it is unfair for people to give up 3 minutes when they have not had to stand in line in order to give up those 3 minutes. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, I'm Jackie Goodman. I'm speaking for Save Austin's Neighborhoods and Environment, just to give you a formal position for us too, similar, of course, to all the other environmental groups. There's a phrase we've heard for many years, and I don't know if I've ever said how uncomfortable I am with it, but tonight I'm going to let you know. The needs of the environment and the needs of the community are fine and dandy as long as they are balanced with the needs of development. I've always been extraordinarily uncomfortable with that phrase, and I just realized it tonight. The needs of a community define its viability in the future. To destroy that viability means there will be no need for development. And you know, you've heard many times tonight, I'm sure, about how intricately our whole water system is connected, that to break the link in the chain can cause untold damage that we don't even know about until after the fact. That can affect the well water in South Austin and counties further south than Travis, and also how much a poor family in East Austin is going to have to come up with to get a drink of potable water out of their faucet. Even as far back as 1981, USGS monitoring on Barton Creek at Loop 360 showed the presence of pesticides and insecticide elements. I want you to think that was 81. It's in the aquifer now, and maybe people are drinking it now. So it's cumulative that we have to keep in mind. Every fractional addition to the pollutant loading of our water resources adds up to a significant whole. Now, as we look at this particular proposal, there's a lot of good intentions, and I applaud good intentions, but there's a famous road that's paved with good intentions. It's probably MOPAC. But good intentions are not enough anymore. Guarantees on 2.2 million square feet out of 4,000 acres is not good enough. And beyond that, and all the other things like the variances and the concept of the PUD in general, I think that we cannot forget that tomorrow is a big day, too. Tomorrow, we've got to start working to revise the Comprehensive Watersheds Ordinance and add in the 14 points, please, for urban watersheds. We need to revise the Comprehensive Watershed Ordinance every time we find out something new to make it better, to make it tighter, and to make it effective. Rats. Okay. Well, I don't have a lot left, okay. We also need to go to our Travis County delegation. We need to go to the Municipal League and get the help of every Texas city, and then go up to the legislature next session and tell them we're taking Austin back. Thank you very much.
My name's Tom Harr, 5101 Wood Green Cove, and I'm here. I'd like to first thank you for not entertaining Armbruster's motion to deny me and other people the right for input upon our government. I'm here. Friends of mine older than me used to bike down to Barton Creek and go swimming at Twin Falls, Campbell's Hole, and that used to be done year-round. Now it takes enough rain where flash flooding may result for you to be able to go swimming there. If this PUD goes through, I have a feeling that it'll be that way for Barton Springs. I'm here to ask for a no vote from every single one of y'all. Then, if y'all could, find a way to create a state park for Barton Springs. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brian Hammond. I live at 3310 Hemlock. I'm a resident of East Austin, and I was originally born in San Antonio. I also remember the Alamo, lived in Austin for 6 years, love it, plan to settle here the rest of my life. And my unique perspective on this is that I had an opportunity to cover the Legends of Golf for 2 years for a radio station. And the first year I covered was out at Onion Creek. The second year was at Barton Creek Country Club, managed by Club Corp, one of the companies involved in the partnership here. And, you know, I complained the whole time, but so did everyone else. The Legends of Golf this year was a travesty. I mean, it was a sham. Everything was thrown together at the last minute. They didn't know what they were doing. The golfers were complaining. The marshals were complaining. The network people were complaining. Everyone was complaining. It was run it was not properly run at all. Maybe it's because it's the first year they've had an opportunity to have it. But this is an example of the type of operation that Club Corp put on, and I didn't like it at all. They made my job very difficult. I just tried to get out there and cover the course, and they made my job very difficult. It was not a very friendly course for spectators. Anyway, on another point, I want to say that all the new jobs that are brought to town, well, shoot, I'd like a job as a caddy. I don't know. Anyway, I don't think the economic impact's going to be all that great. One comment about public access television in this town, it's nationwide respected. New York, Chicago would love to have a system like we've got. I originally showed up tonight at 4 o'clock. I went home for a little while. I was watching it on TV. All of Austin's watching. And I think the world really needs to see this. This is a model for municipal government where we live, Austin, Texas. And I hope tonight we see a vote 7 to PUD.
Council members, thank you for taking your obligation so seriously and being here this evening. I'm Diana Castañeda, and I have lived in East Austin most of my life, for the exception of this last year. I'm wondering, are any of you a little bit concerned that there aren't more Mexican Americans here and perhaps more black? Okay. When the issue of the airport comes up, please listen to us, because this affects us as much as Barton Springs will affect us. I'm very much in favor of you voting 7-0 tonight, or whatever night you have to do it, but it's got to be done. And I hope that you'll do the same thing with the airport. I know we don't all agree on everything, and God knows, you know, I ran for city council 2 years ago and I endorsed Robert, and we disagree on this issue, but I still love him anyway. But the point is that in Austin, it's okay to disagree, but this is one thing that we all need to agree upon, because if we allow these people to come in here and literally take the beauty of Austin, the scenery of Austin, the lifeblood of Austin, then we all lose. My kids are going to lose. I have 5 kids, and my boys said to me, two of my boys, my 16-year-old and my 12-year-old that just discovered girls, said, well, Mama, if they take away Barton Springs, you know, then that means that you know, half of the people that would go there that are girls won't be there, and those string bikinis they wear won't be there, and so what's the point of going to Barton Springs? And I thought, well, I mean, there's some other things to think about, but yeah, what else is there? There's nothing left if we're not there to enjoy it. So I'm going to ask you, please weigh this very seriously. We're not just, you know, we're not just here as opportunists for our own egos or things of that nature. We're here as people who have a commitment, because this is the place where some of us chose to live and some of us didn't have a choice to be born in, but have decided to stay. Council members, I need to comment, George and Sally, thank you very much. From the Hispanic community, thank you very much, because you have championed a lot of our issues. And I talked to the new council member, and I told him, you know, you're going to have some really big shoes to fill, because George has always been there for us. So the rest of you, council members, you also have some big shoes to fill, because today when Carol Hadnot came out and said that the black contractors were for this because of the jobs. Let me tell you something. Those people got screwed when it came to the convention center and the contracts that were let. They didn't get those contracts for demolition, and that's going to happen again. I guarantee it. Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Diana Schultz. I live at 500 South Congress. I can barely see that little fire hydrant. I was wondering, has anybody ever been to Tulsa, Oklahoma? Yeah. Okay. I'm from Tulsa. Tulsa's quite a bit like Austin. There's a prospering little oil town, and nice little river went running through there. And I remember growing up as a kid, going with Mom to the grocery store, going to the store, and my brother and sister were real little. They were about 7 or 8 years old, and driving across the Arkansas Bridge. Oh no, roll up the window, it's a stinky river. We didn't, you know, they didn't know it was the Arkansas River. It was a stinky river to them because they had done so much polluting. I don't know if people there got a chance. I don't know what their regulations were. I was too young. I still don't know, you know, to admit it. I don't know if they had the chance like we have the chance right now to sit here face to face and talk to y'all, and I really appreciate the opportunity. I think it's great. But my parents came here a year ago, and they walked with me around the river, Town Lake, and they just thought they were looking, look at how clear it is. And I said, well, you know, can y'all fish here? Are there fish down there? Yeah, there's fish, but we're not supposed to eat them because there's chlordane there. And I spoke to my parents tonight. I said, you know, guess where I'm going? You know, they're talking about doing this to the river and all that, and they said, you know, don't let them do what they did here. Just don't let them do it. You know, try and convince them not to. And so that's part of the reason why I'm here. I was sitting at home going, you know, I just can't stand this anymore. I think that I wish I would have had pictures to show you all. It's terrible. In the summertime, the water just goes away, and the only kind of fish that are there now are the gars, scavengers, and it's really an ugly river now. I'd really hate to see that. The river park that's there is real nice, but there's nothing to look at. I also would like to say that I'm really impressed with the children that were here. I'm really impressed with the amount of people that are still here. And I also think it's more than just for us, though. It's also for the fish and the wildlife and all that. And I think that we ought to just think about that and really, you know, have you all think about it. I can't believe we have to sit here and we showed you all our loyalty and voted for you. And I hope you all should remember us and remember the loyalty we have to our Barton Springs. And I was wondering, have you all ever house trained a puppy? Anybody ever done that on the city council? and the puppy poops on the floor, pees on the floor, and you go over there and you either rubbed his nose in it and spanked him on the rear, put him outside. You had to wait for it to happen. And then, being a veterinary technician, a little bit later, they got the new idea of putting him in the little pet taxi. And the idea there was, well, if you keep him in there, he's not going to mess in it because that's where he lives. You know, he didn't want to get his feet all in it. And I just can't understand why we have to sit up here and beg y'all to please not mess up where we live. Okay. After all, it was the people that thought about it.
Thank you.
And thanks a lot for listening to me.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, can I get a wake-up call for 7:30? My name is Joe Cornelius. I live at 2902A Hemphill Park. The other day I got a phone call from Mother Teresa. She had a crazy idea for how to raise money for the poor. She thought she could get a lot of people to pay money to come watch her shoot an apple off of my mother's head with a bow and arrow. Now, you know, I thought about it. Mother Teresa's a wonderful woman. You know, she's got the best of intentions. I can't think of anyone I would trust more than her. And a few people know this, but she's a crack shot with a bow and arrow. And she swore to me that she would do a study of the winds in the neighborhood and use the best arrows that money could buy. But when I finally came down to it, I've only got one mom, and I really didn't feel like it was worth the chance. The point I want to make is that so far in all this debate, the blue suits and the green shirts, no one has argued that against the idea that the Edwards Aquifer and Barton Creek are a very fragile environment and very precious and important to Austin. No one has said anything about that. They just claim that they would take good care of it. And maybe they've got the best of intentions and they really mean to do that. But in my opinion, it's just too risky to be worth taking a chance on. Secondly, someone was asking about the definition of success, and I think the blue suiters think that you're not a success unless you owe somebody $320 million. Billion. Wow. Okay. One technical question I'd like to ask, and that's, I'm kind of cynical, and I wonder about things going wrong. Guys, what happens how much water is it going to take to feed this area, especially the golf courses and stuff like that? What happens in a drought when we all have to conserve water and you can't feed that grass that's going to protect the runoff? Okay, that's all I've got to say. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Genevieve Van Cleve. I live in Pflugerville, Texas, but, you know, I've swam in Barton Springs many, many times. I presently work for an environmental lobby called U.S. PIRG, which is Public Interest Research Group. And basically, my colleagues and I came here after we got finished talking to a lot of you door to door about the Clean Air Act, which is another, you know, another battle being waged right now in Washington. And I didn't feel like I could go home and sleep this one off. I mean, I've worked a 12-hour day, and I've been working for the environment all day, and I came here tonight because, like the lady said before, you don't poop where you live, basically. And the reason my colleagues and I are here is obviously to talk about Barton Springs, and it is a national treasure, it is a local treasure, and it is something worth saving. And it kind of brings to mind the question, where do we draw the line? When it comes down to saving Barton Springs, there should be no question. And, you know, I'd like to make it real simple for the council, although I don't vote in Austin, I vote in Pflugerville. Part of my family votes here, and I'll definitely tell them to vote against you if you don't if you don't vote no for PUD. Let's be real straight here. Your jobs are on the line. We're the ones that are keeping the lights on here. We're the ones that are making you stay up so late. We're the ones that are out here so late. And you, by God, better pass some decent environmental legislation. Have you guys noticed there's tons of empty 50 homes, and yet there are people without houses. So why do we need another development? Do we really need, 10 or 12 good old boys that have a nice new golf course so they can say bad things about the environment, say bad things about the good, middle class, lower class, everybody in this community? Do we need people to say more bad things about women? No. I worked in the Senate of this state, and I was a runner, and I heard it all. You get your girl together with my girl, and we'll work out lunch, we'll go out, play a little golf, we'll work this out. Well, I'm here to tell you, those are the same people that want to put that environment, well, they want to put that development in your community. And they don't care, they don't care about a lot of things, but first of all, they don't care about Barton Springs. And obviously all of you care. I mean, my God, it's 4 in the morning. So what are we going to do now? What if they don't come through for us? Well, we're going to hit the streets. We're going to hit the neighborhoods. I'm just going to talk a little more, and then I'm out of here. I want to go eat breakfast. I got to go to work tomorrow. I got to scout territory so I can ask you to give me money, basically. Listen, it's up to us. I'm working in an environmental group. I'm getting people telling me I'm a communist. I'm a fool for doing what I'm doing. But what it comes down to is that I'm using myself as a tool to save places like Barton Springs, to save the air, to save our environment. And if all of you don't get out there and do it, I mean, if you're going to stay here till 4 o'clock in the morning, then you should damn well be getting out in the neighborhoods and letting your friends and family know that it's going to take, all of the community. It's going to take a U.S. PURG. It's going to take an Earth First. It's going to take all of you voting, whether it's for it or Greenpeace. I'm sorry, I don't mean to forget anyone. But if these people don't come through for us, they're not going to be in office. We will. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
My name is Don Harvey. I live at 1706 Eva Street. Come to bring the perspective of someone that just moved to Austin relatively recently. I moved here from Los Angeles barely a year ago. I grew up in New York, and Austin is totally new to me. I'm completely in love with the city. I think it's a great place. I came here to develop an industry that, thank God, doesn't pollute, as the music industry. Usually the only thing that we pollute is ourselves. I don't do that, and that's why I think I'm able to conduct myself as a musician and as a business person and retain some sanity, because you can't pollute yourself forever. In any case, since I got here about 10 months ago, I've been swimming in Barton Springs more and more, and I'm up to about a half a mile now. And I never felt better in my life. I never felt better emotionally, physically, partly because the people in the city are very special. I've lived in many cities. I've toured all over the world. I've never encountered so many beautiful people in one place. And if we're able to set an example here for the rest of the country, I think we'll be doing a hell of a lot. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
My name is Richard B. Durham. I live at 1020 East 45th Street, and I'd like to thank the council and Mayor Cook for allowing everybody to speak. I know your jobs are on the line, essentially. Some of you, that's not the case, but you are sitting here and listening, and I really appreciate it. I also, like Genevieve, work for U.S. PURG. I am not speaking, I'm speaking as a citizen tonight, or this morning. And I am not paid to be here like, I think, 98, if not 100% of the people in this room. So, and I'm extremely angry at Freeport
Okay, I didn't think so. I didn't think so. I'm extremely angry at Freeport-McMoRan for wanting to come in to Austin and pollute Barton Creek, for even having the notion of wanting to do that. I know they say we're environmentally conscious, yet 110 million tons of toxics in the water in 1988, which has been documented, making them the #1 polluter, does not mean environmentally conscious to me. It doesn't have an equal sign. And the water testing, I think, that's a double meaning, and I hate, or double message. I hate double messages. They make me angry, and I am really angry. I am really angry. So I believe this showing here tonight and what's happened proves Austin is environmentally conscious, and I believe most of the Austin citizens believe the environment is #1. And I believe, I don't know whether there is a document that says that, but I think there should be a document that says Austin believes the environment is #1. Because I think when you put the environment #1, you attract people, you attract business, and you attract industry. Now there is a conflict there, yes. A lot of gray area. But I think you do that by looking down the road 100, 200, 1,000, 10,000 years. Are we going to be alive in 1,000 years when we do stuff like this? So we need to really be conscious of that instead of 30 to 40 years. Also, I'd like to, I hate to do mean things to people, but what if Mr. McDermott, what's his name? Well, Deadman, what if the members of the board had a pound of their waste dumped in their yard? How would they feel about it? How would their family feel about it? That kind of stuff. And if that's what they want to do, PUD is going to stand for Putrid Useless Dump. And as a result, Austin will stand for Putrid Useless Dump if we continue to do this stuff. So I urge you to vote against it. I'd like to sum up with words of Tracy Chapman to her song. And I believe everyone in this room is ready to do this too. The song's name is Born to Fight. It says, I was born to fight, and I ain't been knocked down yet. I was born to fight. I tell you, I'm the surest bet. There ain't no man, no woman, no beast alive that can beat me, because I was born to fight. Thank you.
My name is Jim Brady. I live on 3607 Greystone, Precinct 247, Northwest Hills. And yes, I do vote, and I vote a lot like other people in Northwest Hills. I'm also a lifetime member of the Sierra Club, unlike most people in Northwest Hills, I guess. But anyway, I was listening to the radio, which means that a lot of people do listen to the show on the radio on KUT. And it just kind of stirred me to come on down here at about 1:30 in the morning. I've been standing in line ever since. I swim in Barton Creek sometimes. I'm a triathlete. I'm kind of one of the bozos who swims in the wetsuits real early in the morning because I can't stand the cold. So it's not so much the swimming that really kind of stirred me, but it's more the symbol. So I grew up in Santa Clara Valley, California. I don't know if you all have read John Steinbeck in college, but it's not like that anymore. It's gone. In fact, the year after I moved out here, my mom sent me an article that they had just destroyed the last apricot field in Cupertino. And I hope that I never have to send anything like that to my children. I then went to college in Santa Barbara. In Santa Barbara, California, we've been fighting the developers for a long time. And I've learned that people in Los Angeles, like people in Dallas and New Orleans, have a lot more money than we do. And even if we have 4 votes here tonight, and I think we do, they're going to come back next year, and they're going to fight us. These guys are going to sell to somebody else, and those people are going to fight us because they'll have more money. And if they lose, more people are going to have money. And it's going to be a continual battle, so I just want you all to know that. And we got, a heck of a lot of people here tonight, and we're going to have to get a lot of people here probably once a year for a long time, because Austin's a great place, and people are going to want to exploit it for profit. And there's a lot of people who are going to want to make these grandiose visions of developments here, and that's the way it's going to be. So it doesn't end here tonight. We got a long road ahead of us if we want to be able to preserve this for our children. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you for being here so late. My name is Kirk Mitchell, 306 East 32nd Street. First thing I did when I moved to Austin in 1976 was bought a 40 swim ticket for Barton Springs. Promptly lost it. Had to climb the fence all summer to get over the fence and sneak on in because I couldn't afford another one. But I grew up on the banks of Buffalo Bayou in Houston, Texas, and I learned from my own family's experience there. It didn't matter how much money you had, you could not buy a house on a clean waterway in Houston, Texas. It got worse and worse and worse, and it's really, got to the point where people who are from there, who come here, know what they were missing all those years when they were growing up and couldn't swim in the bayou when we go to Barton Springs. The reason Austin is such a great city is because you don't have to be wealthy to enjoy the life here. Everyone can walk outside, and I mean almost everyone. There are some underprivileged people here, as everywhere, and we see them everywhere. But most people who have just modest means can enjoy the quality of life in this town much more than the other cities of this state, most other cities of this country. And one key ingredient of that is the natural environment we have in Barton Springs, is the jewel of that. You have to ask yourself the question when the economic questions come up about whether we want to develop and improve the economic situation in Austin or not, whether we're sacrificing that very characteristic of Austin that allows people of modest means to enjoy the life here. Yeah, well, maybe they would make a little bit more money. Maybe everyone would make a little more money if we sold the city, by the pound or by the foot or whatever. But would we end up with a city like Houston, where you have to be richer than Croesus to have a beach house in a place in the country up near Belleville or something like that, and season tickets on Continental Airlines, and you still don't have an enjoyable life? So, that's a question to ask yourself when the economic question comes up. There's a story that I think is quite instructive of a developer from Texas who wanted to create a new ski area between Snowmass and Aspen in Pitkin County, Colorado. For the last 15 years, this guy, who's a very powerful businessman, very accomplished, chairman of the board of a Fortune 500 company, fought Pitkin County for 15 years, and finally they wore him down. The only jurisdiction that ever wore this guy down. And he finally walked away from that thing and realized that they were never going to allow him to build that ski area there. It was going to disrupt the environment there. Elk herds migrate through that area and other key environmental impact problems. And he walked away, and I happen to know that it didn't kill him. Dad didn't seem to really mind too much after a while, because he finally taught him that it was really not in his best interest or theirs either, but especially not in his, to burden himself with ruining that valley near Owl Creek. Didn't kill him, but the lesson that you guys need to take home from that experience, if you could just study it, is that it doesn't matter how powerful that developer is or how much money he claims to have. You can wear him down. You just got to keep on going after it and after it and after it, and don't give up for 15 years.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you do want to speak, you do need to get in line. And otherwise, we're going to cut off the debate if you're not in line. Okay. I can't see you though, sir. You need to stand in line so I can see you. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Mayor, just as a procedural question.
Excuse me.
Just as a procedural issue, it's been suggested to me from the audience, I think that what we should do to bring this to a closure is that if you want to speak, get in line now, and that only the people in line will speak, and then we can bring it to a close.
Okay. If you want to speak, get in line now. If you want to speak, get in line now. And I would ask and respectfully ask that if you have given your time tonight, sitting in the audience, we've talked about integrity here, that you not also stand, because I have tried to be fair and respect in order to try to move the thing along. I've let people give their time up. I've let people ask for time. So if you have given your time up to someone else, that you not get in line, And if you want to speak now, get in line. And I am going to ask if we could have a representative of the city at both ends of the line so that we can wrap this up. So if you want to get in line, if you want to speak, please get in line now.
You have your people jumping up.
Okay, thank you very much, and we'll start with you, sir.
Okay, hello. My name is Pierre Bulon. I live on 6013 Marquesa Drive. I've been listening to the radio all day and watching the TV till about 2 a.m. this evening, and when I saw what was going on, I thought I need to come down here and say something. I'm grateful for the privilege to get to do so. I'm an architect. I've been practicing here in town about 12 years, been living here about 18 years. I've been personally involved in housing at a conservative minimum about 2,500 people, and I'm very proud of that. The city needs affordable housing, and it's my personal pursuit to work on that. I think about it a lot. However, in the proceedings I've heard here this evening, one thing that concerns me in all the years I've been practicing here is a hysteria over development and developers. You know, we tend to make the developer the boogeyman for all our problems, when the fact of the matter is we all flush the commode, we all make our weekly contributions to the landfill, we all take up space. One thing that I wanted to mention to these good people here, because I know they are, is that something that hadn't been mentioned here all evening. But when you go home this evening, if you live in a house, or if you live in an apartment, or if you're in a car and you drive down a road to get there, more than likely some entrepreneur or developer provided that for you. In all the years I've lived here, I see people move down here in what I call the backdoor syndrome. They move down here, it's a great place, and they close the door behind them and say, we don't want any more. I got my cake, and I'm associated with a lot of people in the development and building industry, and there's a lot of honest people in the trades, and I just ask your consideration to not crucify them in your endeavors to make Austin a better place to live. Thank you.
These microphones are intimidating. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Ian Worley. I live at 2514B West 12th Street. I'm an architecture student in my final year, and I've grown up here in Austin. My family lives here. My father's an architect, and I come from a long line of Texas residents, Central Texas residents, and I fully intend to make despite the economic forecast, I fully intend to practice here sometime in the near future. I'd really hope to come up here and give an impassioned speech, but unfortunately the hour seems to have drained most of my passion. But I'll read what I've written, and hopefully it won't come across as being too dry. Mankind has throughout history claimed an elevated status over other species on the earth. It is true that man is the most important species on the planet, but this importance comes not from divine preference, but from a power unique to our species, the ability to change, the ability to create, and the ability to destroy. But with this power comes the enormous responsibility of preserving our environment, or those things that we have the ability to change, preserving it for all creatures. The earth is a delicate balance of forces, an interplay and interdependence of species, where damage to one part of the system affects the whole. Tonight we are being offered the opportunity to take our responsibility seriously. We must save Barton Creek for its aesthetic and recreational value, but also for the part it plays in a delicate and valuable ecosystem which supports us all. Let's make the choice to stand as models for all of humanity, to be the leaders about whom legends are written. I urge you to say no to the proposed PUD
and to find a way to preserve the Barton Creek watershed, the undeveloped land in the Barton Creek watershed for future generations, and more, to accept the responsibilities born of your humanity. This is the charge I give you. Thank you.
I just want to interrupt here. We're all set a record, a world's record here. This is the longest city council meeting we've ever had. 4:13 was the old record, so we broke it about 2.5 minutes ago. So,
well, council member and
on Channel 6,
and
on Channel 6. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Be humble, Mayor. Bite your tongue. You wouldn't want us to go for the real one, would you?
I cannot let a lie be perpetrated on you. This is the record for Channel 6. But if you were here with us in the 1980s, we exceeded this record by a number of hours. So if you want to... I don't know whether this feels like 1980 or not, but it does feel somewhat like deja vu.
Have you heard that one?
That one was on the city budget.
Hi, my name is Lee Stone. I live at 2905 Lafayette. And about a year ago, I was, you might remember, a delegation of German mayors and council members who came visiting. And they were passed along from host to host for about 3 days. And on the third day, I was their host in the morning. And it must have been summer, I think, because it was very warm. And I took them to the Austin Nature Center. And they said, "Oh, this is very nice." And then I took them out to the city's new $2 million Black Cat Vireo Preserve. And they said, "Oh, this is beautiful." And then I took them to Barton Springs, and they said, "Why didn't you bring us here first?" And they could not believe that in the 3 days they'd been here, no one had taken them there. They'd been with the Chamber of Commerce, they'd been with businessmen, they'd been with who knows how many people, and none of them had taken them to Barton Springs. Well, these gentlemen, these mayors, these council members from Germany doffed their shoes, pulled off their socks, rolled up their pants legs, and they waded right in. And they appreciated Barton Springs like the most anybody ever can. They were very appreciative of it. And they leaned on me heavily to reschedule their next event so that they could be very late to it. And I'm quite certain that when they got back to Germany and in the years between then and in the future, as they meet with constituents and friends, acquaintances who happen to mention that they're traveling to the United States, they're going to mention their little trip to Austin, and they're going to recommend to them that they go visit Barton Springs. And I sincerely hope that in the years to come, when those people are coming, you know, based on the recommendation of these politicians who visited here, that they will find Barton Springs pretty much the way it was described to them. After all, it's not just a local issue.
Yes, council members. My name is Alex Trevino, and I live at 3521 East 7th. As you can see by the cartoons, that's my code name, or I practice law without a license. Nevertheless, what I wanted to say, don't make the same mistake you made in East Austin, man. Bottom line is that you ruined that creek. Those trees were 168 years old, pecan trees. You know what I'm saying? And there's no way you can replace it. You haven't even put the trees you promised them in 1985. Bottom line. And as far as being angry, well, I'm sure I could train everyone in here on urban guerrilla warfare tactics if they want to cause a lot of blackouts.
Mr. Mayor, council members, and fellow citizens, my name is Dennis Patty. I live at 414.5 Waller Street in East Austin. In the fall of 1969, I was coming down by the stadium on the University of Texas campus with my lover, Ed Smith, and we looked, and there was a woman named Ann Locklear with a sign that said, "Help us stop this," because they were cutting down the trees to build the new stadium there on the campus, and that turned into the Waller Creek incident. I've been involved in Austin politics for the last 20 years, and I have been so disgusted, alarmed, activated, and brought to near insanity by the treatment of the environment by this council, by the previous councils, to the point that I believe that we should review everything that has been done to this environment in the last 20 years. And I think the people that have profited from the destruction of this environment should be in prison. I have no sympathy, I have no quarter in my heart for anyone who would use and abuse the God-given gifts of this beautiful, holy Austin. When I came to Austin in 1965, my father had just committed suicide, and my mother had just died of cancer and of a broken heart, and I was a wreck. And this city, Barton Springs, the trees, the squirrels, and the birds gave me back myself. That's what I got from Austin, is myself. And I don't think that I could live. I know that I could not live if Barton Springs were to disappear from the face of the earth. I know that I myself would go crazy. When it was first polluted with fecal coliform bacteria, I had to stop going because I got my heart constricted so badly that I was mean to everybody. And my friends asked me, "Please don't go back down there, Dennis, because you're just mean." I want myself. I want that spring, and I want everybody, every human being, to know what grace and beauty are in nature. Vote no.
Kerry Redmond, 205 White Oak Drive. From the first tee of Barton Creek Country Club, it's hard to believe that there is trouble in the world. Surveying the world from that vantage point are the people who want what the Wall Street Journal wants them to want to be. Faster, tougher, smarter. And looking out over the opulent expanses, the manicured sod, it must be easy to imagine that the rest of the world yearns to stand where you are standing. The students in Tiananmen Square, the marchers in Romania, the peasants voting in Nicaragua, isn't this what they're after? If this is not their ultimate dream, the vision that drives them, what is? Among those teeing up on the first tee of Barton Creek Country Club are the fastest, the toughest, and the smartest of the bunch. Their plan is to take 4,000 acres of wild and rocky hill country on the banks of Barton Creek and make it a sanctuary for the fast, the tough, and the smart. A Shangri-La of golf, residence, and commerce that will bring its planners wealth beyond the dreams of the slower and softer among us. Slower and softer among us, basking on the hills of Barton Springs or bathing in its waters, also feel that we have found what people all over the world must surely be yearning for. It has never needed to be molded out of the landscape. It has always been there, beckoning passers-by to come and take a swim. It's not a place of prestige, not some status to attain. It is constantly open to the toughest and the softest and anyone in between And when it's hot out, it costs $1.50. We feel sorry for the rest of the world because they don't live in Central Texas in a time when you can still take a dip in Barton Springs. I implore you not to feel sorry for the proponents of this project. If this deal falls through, they will be more than fast and tough and smart enough to come up with other deals at other times. They will always have many opportunities. We, it appears, may only have this one. I implore you to protect those of us who, when we are old in the Texas sun, will remember the raging torrents pushing our tubes over the rugged rocks and the icy spring water chilling our blood and calming our souls. We may look back from the perspective of age to find that faster and tougher is not necessarily smarter. You must be the heroes in this matter. You must protect us from these people.
Hi, I'm Meg, and I spend a lot of time at Barton Springs, and because we've all spent a lot of time here together tonight, I think that we're all pretty good friends at this point. And with that, I don't mind telling you that I had a really lousy day yesterday. So I'm just going to review it very briefly for you. It might seem selfish. I started off bright and early at Ecology Action, and I'm making $5.50 an hour down there, and that's not a lot of money, but until my bookkeeping skills get better, I'm probably not going to get a raise. So that's going to be coming soon, somewhere down the line. And then after I finished work over there, I had to go over to the bank where I've had a savings account for the last 5 years. And recently, because of this SNL bailout, I'm not meeting my minimum requirement on my checking account, so that meant that I had to take out my savings and kind of pad up my checking account, and I wasn't really happy about that, but I want to help out the SNL. So that's my contribution. And then from there, I went home, and I'm leaving the AC on, and it's running, and I'm really scared about that because my utility bill is going up. It's really going up, and that has something to do with this new project, and I can never quite remember the name of it, but it's having some effect on me. And after all of that, I couldn't take a dip in Barton. I had to come down here. I had to come down here with all of you, and maybe it wasn't such a bad day after all.
Hi, my name is Lynette Brannon, and I live at 1825A Waterston. And I've been involved in community kind of activities for a real long time, and this is the most exciting, passionate outpouring of love for community that I've ever been a part of. And the first thing I want to say is 2 things have come to me. Freeport-McMoRan has given us 2 big and very, very special gifts that are worth as much as their project is. And I just said the first one. They have given us an opportunity to experience how much we love this land, how much we love ourselves, and how much we love each other. And secondly, I think they've changed the future of voting in Austin so that for the last time we've lost 2 good people that probably would have won if more people had voted. I think the voting future in Austin, we're going to have more enthusiasm, more involvement, and there are going to be a lot more people at the polls. Okay, and the other thing I want to share is just a story. My grandpa came down from Tennessee. If he were alive today, he'd be 115. He came part way on the train, and he stopped somewhere north of Texas, worked on a farm, bought a wagon and a team of mules, and he came to Texas, because that's where he felt paradise was, and somehow he knew that people who love the land live here. And those were the days when loving the land meant leaving it the way God made it. And he lived like that, as did my dad, for as long as I knew them. But we also loved growth, because I lived in Bastrop. And even though it's quiet and it's pretty, there's only so much fun you can have at the Wynn's and the drugstore and the one movie house. So we loved coming to Austin. And I can remember when Capitol Plaza was the first shopping center. You know, we'd shop downtown, but then lo and behold, somebody built Capitol Plaza, and we had all these wonderful stores in one place. And it was wonderful. I mean, we flocked to Austin to go to Capitol Plaza. But then there was Hancock, and then there was Highland, and then there was something else, and then there was something else. And suddenly what used to be fun and productive started feeling like a big development machine that no matter what I said or what I did or how involved I got in the community, it just seemed to be getting bigger and bigger and bigger all the time. And Austin is the best. You know, of all the cities in Texas, we still have the best. You know, we may be a little more developed than I'd like us to be, but we are by far the cleanest, most beautiful, least overly developed city in town. And it came to me when I was, that this development machine is a little bit like the Blob. And any of you that are old enough to remember Capitol Plaza, remember the Blob? There was this little bitty thing, and it kind of rolled around, and everything it rolled over, it ate. And every time it ate something, it got a little bigger, and a little bigger, and a little bigger, and pretty soon it was gobbling up whole cities. And I have a fear that the Blob has arrived in Austin. But something's going to be very different here. Freeport McMoran seems to be good at having enough money to buy their way into projects that they want into, and enough money to buy themselves out of the damages that occur in those purchases. What I'd like to see different in Austin is that through our love for the land and through our good leadership, that now, in addition to the Stories in Life magazine and National Geographics, we're going to see headlines that say, Freeport McMoran met their Waterloo in Austin, Texas. And I just want to close by saying there's another place that I want to talk about that's very much like Barton Springs. It has the same peace and quiet and tranquility. And lots of people even say it's magic. Because when you go there and ask a question, you almost always can be sure you're going to get an answer that works. And that place is your heart. So what I want to leave you with is that when you go to the chamber to vote this morning or tomorrow night or whenever, let the place that you vote from be your heart.
I'd like to second that motion. My name is Patrice Sullivan, 8310 Canoga, East Austin. And everything that's been said here tonight has been said very eloquently. I think it's pretty much all been covered. I'd like to speak from my place of expertise. I've studied biochemistry at University of Texas and have continued to study the human body and its functioning since then. And I'd just like to...
Even at 4:30 in the morning?
Even at 4:30 in the morning, and later, many times. And I'd just like to reacquaint the council and other people here with the words mutagen and carcinogen. I'm sure we all know what those are. They're little nasty chemicals that can get inside our bodies and tear things up in a very bad way. And many of the proposed chemicals used on many golf courses, okay, I'm not going to say that these people may be using exactly the same chemicals that are used on other golf courses around the country, but golf courses are notorious for their use of chemicals, herbicides, pesticides, a variety of chemicals. And no wet pond is going to keep them out of the limestone and keep them out of the aquifer. Now, I'm lucky enough to be able to afford to drink bottled water, but many people who live in East Austin, South Austin, anywhere in Austin, cannot afford to buy their water. They are going to be ingesting the water that comes from the aquifer, and cancer and other immune disorders are already epidemic in this country and the world, and if we could set an example here to protect our water supply, I think it would go a long way. I'd like to make one other point about the golf courses. I drive home past a golf course every day on East MLK, and I don't see too many people lining up to use that golf course. There's some people out there every now and then, but it's pretty vacant. I think there's plenty of golf courses in town.
Thank you.
My name is Travis Rogers. I live at 912 East 55th and a half Street. I'd like to make a comment about the man earlier who was in favor of the PUD, and he suggested that we create a fund to replace any damage that was done by the PUD. I like to tell this man we cannot throw money at this, and I like to tell you also, this is not a savings and loan bailout. The earth knows no money. There is only one earth, and there's no replacement. But I also like to wish you, councilmen, and I like to wish that man also, and everybody in this room, that I wish that they will be lucky enough in the future to be able to afford bottled water. Because if this PUD does get approved, we will have to be drinking bottled water. We will not be able to enjoy clear water, only in a bottle, and I hope everybody in this room will be able to afford that in the near future. Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Jose Marrero, 1620B West 10th. I wanted to say that I'm a moderate to conservative in political inclination. I was a small business owner, and I believe in property rights and the profit motive. Hold your booze, please. But I also believe in consumer and community rights. These rights include the right to clean water and air, and much like our human rights, these rights are inalienable. I'm well aware that Austin could use a broader tax base, more jobs, and a lower vacancy downtown. But at what price? Barton Springs is not for sale. It is one of a kind. To McMorrin, I have a message. It is not only liberals who are against your development. Libertarians, conservatives, and people of all kinds are against this development. This is not Indonesia. We will not be railroaded. You must think we're idiots when you tell us your development will not have an effect on our water. Let me tell you, this is the first round. We will not go away. There are many forms of protest, many of whom some of you may engage in, from laying in front of a bulldozer to letting out a yell before Mr. Crenshaw hits his golf ball. For those of you undecided on the council, let me say that Barton Springs is a symbol that galvanizes the broad political spectrum of Austin. Whoever votes yes tonight will not only lose the liberal support, but conservative support as well. Therefore, as a conservative, I respectfully demand that you act on your mandate and vote no on the PUD.
Probably wondering why I'm here. My name is Daryl Smith, and I live at 1010 East 11th Street. And a funny thing happened to me last week. A water pipe burst in my neighbor's house, and it's kind of adjoining my house. And since she's away in Kentucky for a while, I turned the water off, and the water went out in my house too. And I didn't want to turn it back on because the water was running out of the back of her wall and down the foundation and out into the yard. And I hate to waste water. So I've been without water for a week, and Barton Creek is my salvation. Absolutely, especially with the weather lately. My cabbage died. I want something from each of you. I want you to vote against the PUD. I realize Freeport-McMoRan is big money bags, or should I say big credit cards. At any rate, if they don't develop here by building a private club for Texas legislators after you reject them, maybe they'll make the money selling tons of gypsum, 100 feet high mountains of gypsum that they have on the east bank of the Mississippi River. I've been there. They're prohibited from dumping it by the EPA, but it blows away in the breeze. It's very light material, and it just flies away, and the mountains are like 100 feet high, and the breezes come by, and it just carries off in big clouds. And I've been from like Southern University all the way down the Mississippi River to New Orleans, where they drink the water out of the river, and it's really dirty. It has like 34,000 parts per million quaternium-90 in it, and Louisiana is the 4th highest cancer rate per capita in the United States. And my main concern really is the drinking water from the aquifer and contamination, possible contamination of water in the aquifer. The primary insecticides are various brand names for chlorpyrifos. Chlorpyrifos unnaturally speeds the erosion of soils. It's applied in dilutions of 1 ounce per 5 gallons of water. Kills within 5 minutes aphids, thrips, ants, fleas, ticks, mites, gnats, and a variety of other small insects that you don't want crawling up your socks. You have to keep your pets and children away from chlorpyrifos until after watering the lawn that's been treated and it dries up. The extra watering further erodes the soil, increasing runoff of fertilizers and pesticides, even if they sod the whole area of the golf courses. Extra sediment from erosion would muddy the creek further. I heard the Texas Water Commission earlier today. Yes, it's been over 12 hours of discussion on this subject. And they said they had tested for phosphates, nitrites, and sulfurs, which are products of inorganic fertilizers and detergents. I'm almost wrapping up. They should test for chlorinated hydrocarbons, a product of pesticides which react with natural lithium in Austin's water, which kind of keeps people happy and complacent, at least not depressed. And don't mess with Texas lakes and waterways. I strongly urge you to oppose the PUD and help fight in the environmental mandate of the people of Austin against the state legislature and incorporation of the city.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Frank Orwell. I live at 8310 Canoga. And I'm new to Austin. I moved here 4 years ago from Hawaii. And growing up in Hawaii, it's constantly being washed by the ocean. I'm not really so aware of the pollution there. And I left Hawaii and traveled around the United States for a while. Wound up in Philadelphia working for Clean Water Action. And before going out canvassing each day, we'd have a meeting, and they would tell us, brief us on what we were going out for. I'm so nervous. Okay. And I'd get really bolstered up. You know, I mean, I couldn't believe all this stuff was happening. It was new to me growing up in Hawaii, and the water was so clean. And on the East Coast, all the riverways and everything like that were completely polluted. Nobody could swim in the river that divides Philadelphia from New Jersey, and dolphins would wind up dead there. And I would go door to door, getting signatures for bills, getting support to pass bills, getting money to keep the whole operation going. Of course, it's like and so many doors would close, and every once in a while a door would stay open, and you would talk to them. And it's a really hard job to do. And anybody who's a canvasser for Earth First or Greenpeace or any of the organizations that are here, keep the faith. And I'd like to ask permission to sing a short song, if I might. I'm back on territory that I know now. This is a song, I guess this really relates to people who were speaking earlier about having children and being concerned about keeping Barton Springs and the creek around for the children. This song I actually wrote for Hawaii for similar reasons. And this one's called, very embarrassingly, My Island Home. Sweet smell sing sweetly in the breeze. Rustle sound in the leaves of trees. Bend and sway in the salty spray of my island home, so far away. Memories call from my sinking heart. There's the crest of a wave and the line it made. There's the crash of the surf and the sound it made from my island home, so far away. I'm set to swim, my hands cut the sea, pierce the dividing line between two worlds complete. Oh, but to be at home in the bosom of the sea, in my island home, so far from me. Back in Texas, there are rivers and streams, the heart of the earth and its arteries pump slow and steady back into the sea, towards my island home. Water calm, falling on the rocks, river roar, your constant rumble roar, seashell sing into my children's head of my island home, long after I'm dead. Thanks for giving me a chance to speak.
Right, sir. My name is David Santos. I live at 1500 East Riverside. I wish I hadn't gotten caught behind the guitar here. I was born in Austin. Some of my earliest memories are of Barton Springs, Camel Hole, Barton Creek. I remember age 5 hunting rattlesnakes and scorpions, and you don't see rattlesnakes and scorpions anymore. You do see developers' eggs, which didn't used to be there. I've never been so moved in my life watching our civic activities here. I think Roy Bedachek and John Henry Falk would be really proud. I think the Indians would be on our side. I think one Henry Falk is worth 100 Darrell Royals. Yeah. One Roy Bedachek's worth 100 Crenshaws. I think what we need to do is take this battle to New Orleans, to corporate headquarters, take it to Dallas. I think we need to make it a national campaign for divestment, get some of those stockholders to sell their stock.
Bill.
I think we're striking a big blow for freedom in Indonesia. I'm going to bone up on Indonesian liberation. So I hope tomorrow all of us will go out and do something definite to make sure that, well, you all got to do something first, but we'll continue the fight. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Nick Close. My address is 2115 Southeast Yamhill, which is in Portland, Oregon. This evening I'm at 1201 I-35, which used to be the roadway in. I don't know what it is now. Thanks. I mean, I first came to Austin in
summer of '88 with a band. We played the Liberty Lunch, and I loved it. I mean, I crossed the Texas border convinced that being a long hair I was going to get stomped any minute. That's not true. I've been back 4 or 5 times, and I love Texas a lot. I'm just amazed. I mean, we saw this at 6 o'clock. I walked out the door and was like, well, I'll get some dinner. And I cruised into 7-Eleven. Oh, yeah, the council meeting's still on. I cruised down. I got here at 12:30, and I'm not wearing a watch, and I will do my best not to look at the clock. It's amazing. I mean, no matter which way this vote goes, and I support a no vote on the PUD, and, you know, I mean, I'm an out-of-towner, so what... But, I mean, it's amazing what Austin is doing. I mean, I've been around America 4 or 5 times now, and first time I went out, I was just like, God, America, it's big, it's huge, it's dying, it's stupid. It's not any of that. I mean, it's that in places, but, I mean, it's places like Austin that are alive, that are growing, that are holding city council meetings at 5 a.m. that give me a lot of hope. Give me a lot of hope, even if it is dumb. And I thank you all for staying up so late, and it's a lot better than the opening of Total Recall, and I will be back. So, thanks.
All my relations. My name's Christopher Graham. I live at 810B West 32nd. I'm in Austin Green. And I raise my voice here in behalf of all the voices you haven't heard tonight, too. Of course, there are the hundreds who didn't speak. Maybe they got worn out. There are the thousands, tens of thousands of little children who are perhaps represented by 3 or 4 here tonight. Beyond that, there are the people all across the country who would speak to you advocating Barton Springs, probably even if they didn't know much about it. But it wouldn't take much to convince people how great it is. There are the people in the past who've gone to Barton Springs. There are the creatures and plants who live around Barton Springs who depend on us to raise their voice. And there are all the millions and millions upon millions of people in the future who, if they had a chance, would raise their voices to you saying, defend Barton Springs. What amazes me tonight, one of the things, is how little redundancy there's been. I mean, have you been struck by this? Everyone's got their own voice. And it's been like a profile of our community and a really beautiful thing. I was struck by Mr. Dedman's ending his speech with quoting verse saying, we want to leave our footprints in the sands of time. Well, what kind of footprints will these be for McMoran? I mean, I think they'll be like Arendira's footprints in the movie where they fill with blood. You need only look at the footprints of Freeport McMoran in the past to see what they'll be like going into the future. Look at their footprints in Indonesia. Look at their footprints in New Orleans. Look at their footprints across the country where they're #1 in wastewater, where they're #6 totally overall. These aren't footsteps that we want over Barton Creek, over Barton Springs. And something else, I haven't heard at all about this. Is it 4 million square feet that includes light industry? Why haven't we heard anything about what the light industry is? Does anyone know? I imagine if the environmentalists knew what the light industry was, they would have been saying, well, it'll cause all this pollution. We haven't. I imagine that no one knows what it's going to be. Let's look into this. And housing. Oh, they get up here and, oh, we want to create housing for the people of Austin. Give me a break. Let's see some affordable housing if they're serious about that. Okay, and the thrust of their presentation, this is not a question whether we should develop, it's a question of whether Austin will be in a partnership with us. What kind of a partnership will that be? Remember ex-Mayor Cooksey's comments about just the flaws with the document. We've seen the document, you've seen it tonight in its final form. What is in there that we don't even know about? Some of the things we do know about are disturbing. One thing that struck in my mind is the director has to give approval in reasonable time to any amendments. Now, what is that? It was stressed by Mr. Armbrust that, well, we expect the council to always be reasonable, but he's enough of a lawyer to know that that phrase can be read in a couple of ways. It can be that the council has to give its approval if it gives its approval within reasonable time. I'm really right in the middle of this. Okay, it can be, thank you. Okay, one way it can be understood is the council, if it gives its approval, has to give it within reasonable time. The other way it can be read is the council has to give its approval and within reasonable time. This has to be disambiguated. What kind of a partnership would this be? I went down to San Antonio to the zoo, and I saw a rat snake with 2 heads. And one of those heads was dominant, and that other head got drug around, and it didn't look pleasant, and I don't think that's a position that the city of Austin wants to be in. Thank you. Furthermore, we've already seen pretty much how they'll try to avoid responsibility after the inevitable accidents happen. We saw it on Access last night when Neil nailed them. He said, one fellow called in, he said, oh, I've seen there's terrible runoff Barton Creek from this golf course. The guy said, well, that's not our property. Jim Williams, you know, the environmental vice president for McMoran. That's not our property. Well, and Neil comes out and says, I was on the property when it happened. I saw it happen. And then Jim says, well, yeah, it did happen once, but that was just once, and just with one little containing sieve. Well, Neil tells us tonight he saw tons. He said tons going into the lake. Okay, well, that's not enough. After we nail them because of the accidents, which will inevitably happen, they'll say, well, look, they were within the standards, just like they do. When you say you're the #1 water polluter, they say, well, but all those things were permitted, so it's okay. So they'll say, well, we were within the standards. And of course, if you were listening, those are the standards that they would have created through their monitoring process. So of course they'll be within them. Okay. But,
hey, sir, your time's up.
Oh. God.
Sir, your time is up. Your time's up, sir.
Can I just conclude, please?
You can conclude.
Okay, thank you. I really have more. I'll skip to the bottom. And this will be brief, sir. George mentioned paradigm, and we need to move to a new paradigm. I think that's exactly right, and we're seeing the emergence of that paradigm tonight. And what it is a paradigm of re-inhabitation of Austin. Instead of changing the land to fit our wasteful ways of living, we need to change our ways to live within the ways of the land.
Okay, these are the last last 6 speakers.
Mayor of the Council, my name is Henry Gonzalez from South Austin, 5433, what is that? Fairmont Circle. And I just want to come in, and it'll be short. As of the last couple of years, I haven't been living in Austin very much. I do live here, but I've been on the road a lot. I've been out with a lot of bands. I was out with the Greg Allman Band, Steve Ray Vaughan, and Sleep at the Wheel. Coming up, I'll be stage managing Willie's 4th of July picnic. So what I got to say is that I've traveled all throughout the United States, Canada, and up and down the coast, Louisiana, Florida, everywhere else, and everywhere I go, I mean, this is home, and it's a beautiful place, and this is where I want to spend the rest of my life with my family. Now, on the other side of that, all the people that I've met along the way with all the other bands and all the other clubs, they all know this place, and all they have is, I mean, everything good to say about this place. And when they come here, when they tour this way, they can't wait to get here, you know, and so, yeah, they love this place, so I want to keep it that way. Anyway, what I got to say, I'm just going to read this real quick. It says, Barton Creek and Barton Springs belongs to everyone, not just a few, select few. It is our duty to preserve what the Lord lay before us. Instead of taking care of it, we're supposed to turn our heads and hand it over to the developers. No, I don't think so. We have already polluted the Colorado. We can't even eat the fish or swim in it. If we turn our heads again, Barton Springs will happen too. We have a chance to save Barton Springs, and I hope we do it. There is no compromise. We either help or turn our backs on them, Barton Creek and Barton Springs. So I don't want it to be just a memory of how it used to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Brent White. I'm a student at UT. I live in 221 Kinsolving Dormitory. And first of all, I'd like to thank Austin Police Department for staying up with us and keeping the peace. and for allowing us to exercise our First Amendment rights. And and I'd like to thank the council for their dedication staying up this late. Right, I'll spend 3 minutes soon. Yes, I happen to be native Austin. I happen to be a native of Austin, but I spent most of my life in El Paso, that West Texas region where you think the homes would be built better. Where someone's previously said that, I believe. When I drive out, my parents make me drive sometimes. When I drive out east of El Paso, I see as much trash out there as I see vegetation. And I think the City Council of El Paso has failed to stop pollution in their own city. And I think Austin is at a stage where it can keep anything like that from happening to its own city. Also, I'm glad for the University of Texas at Austin existing as a, I guess, a boiling point of radical new paradigms that would cause young people like these to come down to city council meetings like this and express their ideas on such important viewpoints. And after the education I received, it's almost scary to think that anyone could even consider voting yes to the PUD. To think that business might be conducted here, that anyone would be of such mentality to think that the PUD is good for Austin. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Council members, my name is Jason Starr. I'm with Travis Audubon. Along with other members of the Conservation Committee, we've been tracking this PUD through the planning process, been working on it for about a month now. It's been a very educational process for me. One change that's come over me is I'm much more sympathetic with you guys. After fighting these guys for over a month, bad-mouthing them, thinking they're the devil, I got invited to their office yesterday and went in, and they were friendly. They were dressed nice, white shirts, ties, offered Cokes, coffee, air-conditioned chairs. Any question I had they could answer, they cared. I knew they cared. I mean, I just understand what this is about. They aren't the devil. Jim Bob is not the devil. And I don't think it really behooves anyone here to say he's the devil. He might not be right for Austin. He might not be right for any place on the planet. But the fact is, he's employed people in Austin that I know they care. And I know Austin needs business, and we need caring business. So what I'm trying to say is I can sympathize. You're going to have these people coming around. I know right now they're getting up. They're getting up, they're drinking their coffee, they're putting on their power suits, and they're going to hit the ground running, and they're going to come up here with another plan, and it probably won't be called Barton Creek PUD. But anyway, it's not going to look the same to the public, but it's going to be probably as dangerous, and I don't think we'll have this enthusiasm next time it comes around. Okay, well, great, be here. We need you. But what I'm saying is I think we need to, I think Jim Bob would like this, take the ball and run. We've got a lot of enthusiasm here. I think we need to jump on it tomorrow. We need to go for the CWO, strengthen it. As I said last time, we got some federal support with the listing of the warbler. George pointed out we got some federal support with EPA standards of water pollution. I know you're going to have this confrontation with the state legislature on this. Again, as I said last time, I encourage you to be brave and bold. You've got federal support, you've got local support, you've got some tough decisions, and I know you're going to vote no against the PUD tonight, and I hope you vote no when it comes up again and again and again. Thank you.
My name is Kevin Connor. I live at 1711 Moley, and I work at K98. I have a morning radio show. I'm usually up at this hour. And when I woke up this morning to KUT, don't tell anybody, I couldn't believe that this was still going on.
Welcome to Austin.
Pardon?
Welcome to Austin.
Yeah, well, I've been here 9 years, and some people think that's still a newcomer. I lived in Boston before I moved here, and I worked for the president of the Boston City Council, and that council would have never done something like this. And if you're not satisfied with our council here, go check out the council meetings in Boston or Chicago and New York. Y'all are Thomas Jefferson compared to some of those knuckleheads, and I appreciate you making this effort. Yesterday morning, I took our van down to Barton Springs Pool and did the show from there to talk to some of the people that use the pool in the morning to see what they had to say about all of this. And quite a few of them that swim early in the morning are older than most of the people that have stayed up all night here. They're you know, but they look great. There's a sparkle in their eye. There's a glide in their stride. They look fresh. And I watch too many movies, like this lady right here. I watch too many movies, I think, but I was reminded of the people in Cocoon, okay? They swim in the water, they hang out with the pods, and you know, and they're refreshed and revitalized. And I asked some of them, I said, well, what's with you people? How can you be so energized this morning? And they pointed to the pool. They said, it's the water. And I would hate to see that go away, but more than any other movie, this all reminds me of kind of a Frank Capra movie, kind of a cross between Mr. Smith Goes to Washington and It's a Wonderful Life, and which is my favorite movie, and it's Jimmy Stewart's favorite movie, and probably some other people's favorite movie. And
it's my favorite movie, too.
Well, there you go. And you are our George Bailey, or you're George Bailey, and you're Lee Bailey, and you're Sally Bailey, and you're Smoot Bailey. And I think we know who Mr. Potter is. Mr. Moffat, Mr. Potter, whatever you want, you know, I'm sure that you guys are pretty darn tired. And you don't do, most of us just come down here when it's a big pot issue that we hear about. But these people are in here every week, and I'm sure sometimes you question why you even did this. Why'd I run for this stupid job anyway? There's people in my face all the time calling me stuff. Why do we have to have so many kids? And all that other stuff from It's a Wonderful Life. Well, you're our George Bailey, and if you don't stick up for us, you know what happened in It's a Wonderful Life when he said he wished he'd been never born. It had Pottersville, and we really don't want Moffatville out on Barton Creek. And I got to go to work, but there's one more movie that I wanted to bring up here. Maybe I should go for Pat Taggart's job, I don't know, but it was one that came out last year. And
The Terminator?
It was. Is that the one where he says, "I'll be back"?
I'll be back.
That's a good point, because we will. A lot of sequels to this if it takes it, but it was about one that was a real hot summer, kind of like what we have now, and people's way of life was threatened, and they were in each other's face. And there was a guy that would walk up and down the streets dispensing information and hitting people up for change for beer. He was called the Mayor. And not like our own honorable mayor here at all, but he had a good message, and especially to Miss Shipman, because I heard a rumor that you might be the swing vote on all of this, and I know you love this city. And I was watching TV when the mayor gave you the plaque and when George listed all the great things that you've done for the city, and I know that you love it here. And just the title of that movie should say it all, and that's Do the Right Thing.
Hi, my name is Matt Lyons. I live at 903A Ethel. I appreciate y'all being up this late, but if any of you vote for this project, I'm going to remember that next time y'all are up for re-election. I hope everyone else does too. I'm here for selfish reasons. I'm not going to have kids, so I'm not going to say I'm doing it for the kids. I'm doing it because I'm hoping that I'm here 30 years from now, and I want to be able to swim in the pool. I want to be able to hike up and see all the sights around there. I don't want to see any development up that way. It really is our most precious resource we have here. And when I was visiting up in New York this past October, people who, you know, never been to Austin, Texas know about Barton Springs. So, I mean, it's quite well known. I think you'd be a fool to throw away this opportunity to try and fight this development. It's real important that you do. like I say, I'm going to be remembering this, and I think everyone else here will, and I think I'll just leave it at that. Everyone pretty much, I think, has said what needs to be said. Now it's up to you, and the people who are watching will remember. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council, City Manager, staff, citizens of Austin. I have a couple of people that have given me their time, and so I'll need a couple of minutes extra.
No.
I apologize that Jack Goodman could not be here. Do you want their names? I'm sorry.
Excuse me, go right ahead.
Jack Goodman couldn't be here. He's gone to the State Democratic Convention and trying to elevate environmentalism to the state level, which is where it really needs to be at, as we've talked about earlier. So I want to, in respect to the mayor's wishes, try not to cover some of the points that have already been covered and just touch on some of the things that are important to emphasize. My name is George Avery with the Austin Sierra Club. We've had 2 meetings with the Environmental Board. I sit on the Environmental Board. We've had several meetings with the developers. We've not been able to reach an agreement on how to allow this PUD to proceed and still to allow for protection of the environment. And that's where we're at. We're deadlocked. So the bottom line is it's premature to approve this PUD without environmental safeguards. As you know, Mayor, at 7:30 this morning I was given a copy of the contract that the city is expected to sign into agreement. It was revised even after that time. I've had a look at it. Mayor Cooksey's had a look at it. It's got some problems in it, and we need to spend some time to iron out those problems. I've got a long list of those concerns. I'm going to stick around. I know you're going to close the public hearing. I invite you to call me back to the dais if you'd like to hear some of those concerns. I'm not going to go over them. It'll take much too long. One of the parts in it is their dedication to participate in the Habitat Conservation Plan. There's a 1-paragraph statement saying that they're committed. And yet I fear that if this PUD is approved, that the land values on those properties where the warblers are going to escalate to such a level that once the preserved configurations come out on the 15th of this month, that the prices of those properties are going to escalate and make them unaffordable. And I have that concern, and I didn't see anything in the contract which would prevent that from happening. And we've talked about that, Mayor, and perhaps there's a solution to that problem. There's problems with the nitrate runoff. Raymond Slade, who could not stay and speak, would like to be called in to address that problem. He feels that there is no real solution yet available. We've asked for the developers to give us some statistics. Bill Bunch has asked for it. We have not received any technical information on how efficient turf grass is at mitigating the impact of nitrates in effluent irrigation. Also, the report that was put out by the City of Austin, the Barton Creek Policy Definition Report, which was put out in 1988, has a couple of statements I'd like to remind the council about. One is that there is a general recognition that the Barton Creek watershed requires more stringent development regulations and protection measures than any other watersheds. That is not the case. We are still under the CWO. The second is that the Austin Tomorrow Comprehensive Plan identifies the Barton Creek watershed upstream of Loop 360 as a growth management Area 5 land, which is land which was least desirable for urban expansion, and yet that's what we're allowing to happen. So already we've been forewarned to avoid that. That's why we're having the Barton Creek study underway. We're a ways off from it. We can't make this PUD stop. We understand that. And in light of that, well, what I'm saying, by law, we can't stop development in this area unless the city is to purchase the land, and that is something I want to come to. I think Ms. Shippen has an excellent idea about moving forward in a more aggressive role in acquiring this land. Now, I don't know how that can happen as far as money is concerned, but that's the posture the city needs to take, either working in consort with the state and seeking a funding mechanism, acquiring land, I don't know how this is going to occur, but if the city would take a more aggressive role in acquiring watershed, then that's the only way to cut off this development or some future development from coming in either as a PUD or subdivision. That's the reality of the situation. We've got some alternatives. We need to look at those alternatives and be aggressive about it. Yes, we can beat the PUD today, but we've got to look into the future and how are we going to address the watershed in the future. And these are some of my concerns. I don't think there should be any variances to any of the watersheds ordinance at any time until we know what the Barton Creek watershed study is going to say. I want to wrap up with one final statement. I want to extend my thanks to George and Sally for the excellent work they've done for the City of Austin while they've been on the while they've been on the City Council, Planning Commission too, City Council, and we're going to miss you a whole lot. And I don't know how we're going to get along without you. We've got you here tonight. I'm counting on your support on this issue tonight. But then we get 2 new people and we start all over again, and it's an uphill battle. But thank you a whole lot, and I wish we'd had this kind of support on Election Day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Excuse me, before I yield to the Mayor Pro Tem, one thing I do want to say, and that is, George, a lot of people have worked hard on this issue over the last several weeks, but I personally want to thank you for your hard work. Mayor Pro Tem Shipman.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion, and I'd like to state that the city most definitely desires to play a role in planning this area. We do not want this area incorporated. The variances that have been granted by the Planning Commission and Environmental Board and not appealed are recognized as approved. However, there are serious questions whether the proposed PUD results in development superior to that which would occur using conventional subdivision regulations as allowed by law. Therefore, I move that the City Council deny this planned unit development.
Mayor, I second the motion.
Excuse me. We have Councilmember Erdy seconded. Councilmember Barnstone?
I'd like a clarification. Did I hear that certain variances are recognized as given?
You recognize that the Planning Commission has granted variances, yes.
And that the council is going to ratify those?
I said the council recognized those.
Well, what does that mean?
That means that the variances have been recognized and they allow the property owner options to modify the planned unit development. This has been denied. It does not, it discourages incorporation.
Mayor?
It allows them to do a straight form subdivision.
Mayor, I make a substitute motion that we deny the PUD request.
Second. Okay, we have a substitute motion. We have a substitute motion. Okay, discussion on the substitute motion.
Yes, I have to speak in opposition to that, and I thought very carefully about this planned unit development, and I did not know how I was going to vote when I came today. I spent a lot of time studying it, and as I stated earlier, there are several choices here. One, the only way we can keep this area from being developed is to purchase it. It has to be in the public domain. As long as it's privately owned, the owner has the right to proceed under the laws of the city, since it's in our extraterritorial jurisdiction, and that's it. Or the laws of the state. And the state law says if we do not approve this tonight, they have the option of incorporating on Tuesday. Now, I don't think they're going to do that on Monday. I don't think they're going to do that. I hope they don't do it, but it is a high-risk decision.
So why are you granting them the variances?
I am not granting the variances. By law, the Planning Commission has granted the variances. The variances, no environmental variances were granted. The variances are technicalities that relate, because the Environmental Board didn't recommend them. They relate to the design of streets and enabling them to cluster. By denying this PUD, the property owner, we have the option to buy the land. We have that option. The property owner has the option of doing a regular subdivision, and the owner must prove, as the motion states, as our law states, that the PUD results in a development superior to that which would occur using conventional subdivision regulations. That's what it states. I read it in the backup, okay? That's one option. And the third option that the owner has is to utilize the cluster development that has already been proposed and has been acted on and recommended by the Planning Commission. But they cannot proceed with the PUD that's before us because we're denying it. So there are 3 options left for the property owner and 3 options left for the city council. And that's very important to me, even though I'm not going to be here.
I can see that. Well, let me... I really am dismayed by the motion. If I understand what you're saying is we're going to grant the only justification for the variances were the supposed controls that were going to be developed at some future date. So now what the motion is to grant the variances and no controls. It is really the worst possible outcome of the whole solution. The worst possible outcome of the whole solution.
I take issue with that, and if I were going to be here, I would proceed with actually purchasing this property, and I did some calculations about it.
That's not a...
well, it's going to be, it would allow, the debt service alone would be 8 cents on the property tax rate. 8 cents on the 57-cent tax rate, which is a 14% tax increase for the annual debt service alone. Now, you don't have to buy the whole property. The city might want to launch on an aggressive program to acquire greater areas than the Barton Creek Greenbelt so that more of the creek would be protected. And other cities have done those kinds of things. But you have to be willing to put your money where your mouth is if you do it.
Well, I guess I hear what is being said in speaking, to the substitute motion, which is just a flat denial. We've had the discussion about all of us being George Bailey up here, and the discussion that we got to do what's right, and that let's call their bluff. I have seen a lot of the environmental community working very hard to try to come to some resolution where we could protect the water quality of this area, and I think George said it probably better as well as anybody tonight, and that is we have got to, and this agreement that we got today, which not any of us had fully read, is premature, and George, you're right on that, but I think we've got to stay at the table and discuss this, or we're totally out of the ball game. And the Barton Creek watershed is 80,000 acres, and this city has already embarked, and I think it will be successful, of doing something that has never been done in this country before, and that is we are seeking to put together the funding to buy, I don't know whether it's going to be 30, 10, 40, 50,000, I'm looking at Tim Jones, 50,000 acres of regional habitat. There's not a regional habitat in this country that's anywhere close to that. But this city is also $3 billion in debt. And we've got to have some reality check here. We can all, and I think this has been a very, very beneficial night, but I'll tell you, we're not going to be able to go out of here, and we can talk about it all night long. We can propose it, and we can talk about visions of leadership. But this city is not going to be able to afford to buy the Barton Creek watershed. Now that may be what you want, maybe what we want up here, but it is not going to happen. I think we are reaching more than we've ever reached as a city as it deals with the regional habitat, as it deals with funding. And I think we've got to be realistic about what we can do and what we can't do. And I want to see that we do protect the springs. And I want to make sure that we can continue the dialogue. And I think And I'll admit, Ms. Shipman has worked much harder, probably than anybody up here, at trying to protect the environment. But I think we've got to keep and seek to have the people that want to protect the environment, the people that have come up here tonight that haven't just listened to KUT today or have heard about this over the last 2 weeks and made phone calls and have come down here tonight, and it's been an impassionate evening. But I'm talking about people that have been working in the trenches for years on a variety of the developments that have taken place and negotiating very hard for this city. And a lot of those negotiations are still going on. And they may come to a zero. And if they do come to a zero, then Ms. Shipman's proposal that she's put on the table, it basically, I think, puts the city in the best position we can be in. At least we are still in dialogue. And I think that's very important to protect the watershed right now. And some of you were here in 1980. I think I heard, I may be presumptuous, Seth Searcy's daughter, or maybe it's not, because Seth Searcy was here in 1980. And this room was just as full when we adopted the Barton Creek watershed ordinance the first time in 1980. And we spent money to try to determine the watershed ordinance which this council has adopted, the watershed ordinance that George just said we've got to get more data on. But I do believe that we have got to continue the dialogue between the developer and the environmental community to see if we can reach some kind of solution. We may not be able to, but I think we've got to continue to try. And I think if we just deny that, we lose that risk, and I think that we may look like the George Bailey tonight. And I think George Avery knows this as well as anybody here in this room, and some of the rest of you do too, that we may really look like just the reverse of that 2 or 3 years from now. And everybody feels very, very good right now, even though it's 5:30 in the morning. But I think that if we really want to try to achieve what a lot of you have come down here to try to achieve, then I think we've got to keep that dialogue open.
Mayor, may I have the floor, please?
Yes, Councilmember Barnstone.
Mayor, I think that the motion as stated is a complete repudiation of everything that has been said tonight. It is a disastrous motion. To grant all of the variances with no controls, not even that which was offered earlier. That's the effect of, quote, denying the PUD but accepting the variances. What else did they get out of it but the variances? We'll do several things besides letting this development go forward. I think this is a momentous decision. It will be the most significant environmental decision that this city council has made. Let me tell you and read to you from the press conference that our state delegation had yesterday, that they are going to see, we shall also examine if the authority to protect water quality should be taken away from the city and given to the Lower Colorado River Authority or some other agency. And what I submit to you will happen is that the legislative delegation will say, see, we can't trust these people to protect the water quality, and we're going to give it to somebody else. So not only do we lose Barton Springs, but everything else that's up on that watershed. I cannot imagine the rationale for doing this. And the rationale that the mayor suggested, that it keeps us in a dialogue after we've granted the variances, what kind of dialogue is that? That is no dialogue whatsoever. That is a blank check. Here, do it. Speaker after speaker for now more than 15 hours has come here and said to us that this is where we draw the line. that we'll go to the wall or we'll go to the hill. And if we were to deny this motion and this PUD, we could go to the hill and we would go see the devil himself to protect Barton Springs.
He misstated it. Excuse me, George, and then
Mayor,
Charles.
may I say a word?
Excuse me, let the council member speak, and then I will yield to you, Mr. Punch.
Yeah, I've been up here for 5 years and worked with everybody here for a long time, and I really have a great deal of respect for each member on this council, but and I know it's 5:30 right now, but I'm asking each and every one of you right now, it's time for a reality check. I mean, we all got to look in our hearts right now, because what we're fixing to do is do something very wrong. Why in the world are you even thinking about passing this right now? There's no development that's needed right now. The 180 days, that picket fence that they put up, that's baloney. That's BS. It doesn't need to be there. The Barton Creek study is not finished yet. The report was not given to us until 2 p.m. This is absolutely silly what is being presented right now. It's not even silly, it's wrong. And I helped write the comprehensive watershed ordinance, and it's the strongest there is in the country, but there's problems with it. There's big time problems with it. And part of the variances you're talking about is being able to have development with a 35-degree slope in a buffer zone. That's wrong. That's wrong. You know, you're also talking about 3.2 million square feet of industrial. That's 3 times the size of Barton Creek Mall. It is. I mean, it just flat is. You know, and if you pass this right now, you're going to have to live with it. And I'm really asking you to rethink what you're talking about, because there's no place to go. I mean, this is our home right here. I mean, and I know that we've all thought about it, and I know this is a very, very difficult issue, and I'm not trying to be flip, Mayor, but I think that there is a better way for us to deal with this. Say no, have the developer come back, and if you want to deal with them in 2 weeks with the new council, and figure that out. But we need to send a strong message. And really, if you pass the variances right now, we are in the worst of all worlds. And, you know, perhaps the most important reason we need to do this is because the very heart, you know, the very things that we love about Austin, you know, the old Antones, you know, the old Antones, and some of the other places that we love, they're going away. Well, I baptized my baby at Barton Springs about 10 months ago, and I want to make sure that my baby can baptize his baby there. And don't do this. I mean, we're really making a mistake. And I really hope that you will rethink what you're saying, because this is wrong, wrong, wrong.
Councilmember Eddie. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to refrain from any more outbursts.
Yes, let me ask staff, Mayor. First of all, the variances that were not granted by the Planning Commission were appealed by the developer. Those that were granted, as I understand, were not appealed. So the question is, are those variances before us, since they were not appealed? And secondly, with regard to the zoning part of the variances even, this development is in the ETJ. We have no zoning control, so theoretically they have 4,000 acres of light industrial, or whatever zoning they want to call it. So there's no zoning. We now have no zoning control. So the discussion of well, I know they don't have 4,000 acres of light industrial, but that is my question. What is it whether or not the variances then are before us. And I think there were claims that legally they're not before us since they were not appealed.
May I speak? My motion has been totally misrepresented, and I'm very, very concerned about it. I knew this is not a simple matter, and anybody that walked in here and said, I'm going to vote yes or no without getting all the facts, I don't think was going through the fair process. This is a zoning case that is before the City Council because there is a state law that was just passed a year ago, an enabling law, and the City Council acted it as part of our zoning ordinance. Am I right? And I believe it was a 7-0 vote when we passed this zoning ordinance to allow a planned unit development to occur outside the city limits, which is known as the extraterritorial jurisdiction, ETJ, outside the city limits. It is the only way any city can have land use control outside its city limits. And the only way it can happen is for the property owner to request it. We can't do it. We cannot do it. My motion denied the planned unit development. It denied the industrial zoning, it denied the residential zoning, it denied the retail zoning. It denied it. No. It said no. That's exactly what I read into the record. Okay? And the reason I said that we are denying the zoning is that there are serious questions whether this proposed planned unit development results in a development that would be, so it says superior, according to the law, to which would occur using conventional subdivision regulations as allowed by law. The developer, tomorrow morning, if we deny this, well, when we deny it, can go file a straight form subdivision. And by law, the Planning Commission must approve it. And that's why come you got the mess that's out there already. There is no way to disallow it. There is no way. I'm sure the city attorney, I've lived with this for 12 years. Now,
somebody whispering in
the variances and all that rhetoric about the variances, Mr. Barnstone, my motion, or Councilmember Barnstone, my motion said the variances that have been granted by the Planning Commission and the Environmental Board, okay? Those variances have already been granted.
Well, let's put that one to the city.
Many of the variances.
Excuse me 1 second.
Many of the variances, if you'll notice in the backup material, because I want the press to get this right, I visualize headlines tomorrow. Council approves planned unit development, and that is not the case. The variances, 1, 2, I count 2 right off the top, that were denied by the Planning Commission. We're not recognizing. All we're saying is those variances that were granted, that were not appealed, we're recognizing that they were granted by the Planning Commission. They're not appealed to us, okay? And that's the law. I mean, and it's as plain as day. And those variances that were granted, with the exception of, well, they had a lot of splits, but the closest vote was a 6-3 vote. And that was to allow the cluster housing. But the rest, most of the variances were 8-0. Jackie Goodman, I believe, and if she's still here can speak to that, voted against all of the variances. But most of them are plain old, to allow lots to have private streets, to allow a cul-de-sac to extend 3,000 feet, to allow a block length to exceed 1,500 feet. Those are standard variances to the subdivision ordinance and are not environmental variances at all. In fact, if anything, they protect the environment.
But seven of them are environmental variances.
Well,
and why would we want to approve those?
They are. I'm saying we're recognizing them. They are already approved by the Planning Commission and our Environmental Board. That's what I've said. And if you don't recognize them, then you have closed the option for the property owner to do cluster housing. They will have only 2 options, either to incorporate or to do a straight form subdivision. And if that's what you all want to live with, be prepared for the consequences, because that's what's out there now. That's what Lost Creek is, that's what the Estates of Lost Creek is, and that's what the Barton Creek Country Club is. It's a straight form subdivision. that was approved by this city planning commission, not the city council. It doesn't even come to the city council. It stops at the planning commission. So think about it, because you may get what you ask for.
Yes, Mayor?
Excuse me, do you want to say anything else?
Well, yes, Mayor, I'd like to comment on the substitute motion, the motion to deny. Right. I think we ought to make that, or we ought to
Excuse me, we're not going to take more comments, folks.
I think we ought to approve that motion to deny. One reason being that we got this document at 2 o'clock. None of us know what's in here. None of us have read this. Council members have, on occasion, approved contracts and approved documents that we have not read. And one outstanding example lately being the Laguna Gloria contract, which was given to that council. I was not on that council, but a few of these people were, and went ahead and approved that contract, given to them on the dais, about this thick. Nobody had read it, and it was not until we'd approved it, somebody did read it and realized what it meant to the city and the situation that it put us in. And I have heard some of those council members say, we've learned from that experience and we'll never do that again. Well, I hope we don't do it again today. Another reason that we should not approve this is that Louisiana is a haven for polluters. It's #1 in the nation. A couple other reasons are that we are in the midst of developing the baseline criteria we need to determine the effectiveness of the Comprehensive Watershed Ordinance. And that is the Barton Creek study that was initiated about 18 months ago and is a year or two away from completion. We should not permit this development until we have developed our own standards and determined the effectiveness of our CWO. Also, we should not approve this PUD before the Regional Habitat Conservation Plan has been finalized. And that is a year or two away. Part of the argument for the nuke, if you recall, all those elections we had on the nuke, was that we should remain a part of it so we can do it right, so we can ensure that it's done right. Well, we remained a part of it, but it wasn't right, and it's costing us all a lot of money. And if we remain a part of this, there's no guarantee, there's no assurance that our participation is going to make it be done right. And I really think that, you know, we heard Mr. Dedman start this off long ago, it seems. And Mr. Dedman seemed like a very nice man. He made a very nice speech. But we have to remember that he was the driving force on building that road over the aquifer. And that did not show much sensitivity to water, to our water resources. And Mr. Moffett, heading up a corporation that's the #1 water polluter. Now, I don't want to be downstream from folks with records like this. And I think we flat need to deny this, make no mistake about it, no equivocation, and send that message, and we'll deal with the consequences.
Mayor Pro Tem Shipman.
Yes, Mayor, I just conferred with the city attorney, and there are serious legal questions about the council's ability to deny the variances to grant the variances as recommended by the Planning Commission and the Environmental Board, and at the same time deny the planned unit development. So I'd like to amend the motion to state, to just take that portion out.
That's out of order. My motion's on the table.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That basically what you're saying is the substitute motion.
Well, what I would like to include is that we state that the city does desire to play a role in planning this area. We do not want this area incorporated. I want us to take a stand tonight that we are prepared to oppose the incorporation of this area. That's the worst thing that could happen. That is the worst thing that could happen.
Councilmember Carl Mitchell.
Just so we can simplify things, we just fold the two motions together.
Right. Well, the substitute motion is...
I want it on the record.
Substitute motion's on the floor.
Well, I would like to include in it that we do not want this area incorporated.
I don't think.
Okay, so we roll it together
And
then.
Mayor, George, where's George? George go home?
George Avery?
Yeah, George Avery.
He's not in here.
Well, one thing I'd like to ask, and I think we need to ask George and some of the other members of the environmental board, as well as members of the other groups that have been participants in this process, is that I very much want them to continue the dialogue. I think, as the mayor said, I know it's late and we're all tired, and this has been a long, grueling day, I think, for all of us. It's been a long, grueling week for me in my office. I think we logged about 1,300 calls. And I appreciate the participation of the citizens. I don't think there's been this kind of public hearing or this kind of outcry in a long, long time in this community. And while I deeply appreciate the concerns, and probably one thing that I can be faulted for more than anything else is that sometimes I'm a little bit too analytical and technical and just look at the facts. And I think what I've learned that this week in this hearing is that there are symbols in this community and the emotions of the citizens that are very, very important to the decision-making in this body. And I really appreciate you all being here and showing me the kind of commitment and concern you have about Austin, Texas. I think that means a lot to me and means a lot to the other members of the council. Hopefully we can keep up with this process. One of my concerns is that we not only need you tonight, we're going to need you at the state legislature. We're going to need you at other hearings if we go about modifying or improving comprehensive watershed ordinance. We're going to need you at lots of things. There are smaller developments that come to this body that almost go through without a whimper. And sometimes I'm not sure that I'm making the right decision. It helps my decision making to hear from the citizens and hear their concerns. But I think at the same time, I think it's important that we not go away from here thinking that, I think we should go away from here thinking that we have achieved a great victory. But sometimes victory is fleeting. And I think it's going to take some due diligence on all our parts to see the things happen in this community that the people of this community want to have happen. And I'm committed to doing that with your help, and I very much want your help and participation in this effort, because it's going to take a multi-pronged front to get where we want to go. There's a number of things in the way. Denying this PUD, I think, is one step in the right direction for the city of Austin. But the reality is that we rule by law in the state of Texas and in the city of Austin. And this tract of land, even though we have denied the planned unit development, and I don't hold out much credence and never did on the threat of incorporation, this land can be developed. Denying this PUD does not mean this land will not be developed. They can come in with a subdivision that meets and complies 100% with the comprehensive watershed ordinance. And I think we've seen, as our own staff has said, it looks like the CWO is inadequate to protect Barton Creek. So we have to go beyond that. We're going to have to work on amending the comprehensive watershed ordinance. We're going to have to look at better standards so we can protect the water quality. And that's going to require the help of the citizens in this room, as well as the help of all the other citizens, if we want to get where we want. And I think it's going to take a combined effort. I think Ms. Shipman's idea is a very sound one. It's going to take a commitment not only in a regulatory framework, but also a commitment of dollars and time. I think very likely we will need to buy part of this watershed, or at least try to buy the more sensitive areas and prevent development, because that's the only way that we can prevent development. We cannot tell somebody, you cannot use your property. That's a U.S. constitutional guarantee. We have no control over that. But I think we've taken a step forward. I do think that we need to continue the dialogue with the owners of this tract. I think we can improve on what they came in with, and I think we can reach a point where we can obviously they're not interested in selling their property, but I think we can reach a point in dialogue with them where we can protect the water quality of the creek. And that's going to mean the help of everyone here and the leadership in the environmental community. I think with this message that Freeport-McMoRan and their people are willing to sit down and roll up their sleeves and talk, and I think we can negotiate this out and come up with an agreement that is right for the city of Austin.
Councilmember Erdy.
Thank you, Mayor. I know it's late or early, whatever the case may be, but let me say this. I have not seen this kind of militancy or enthusiasm since way back in the early civil rights days, and I think it's very refreshing for the 90s. And in that same spirit, I would solicit from you while you're here. And this is in support of the peace and quietude of the Barton Springs and Barton Creek area, and I think that's appropriate, and I certainly support that. And I would solicit your support for the other environmental nightmare that exists in this community today, and that's Robert Mueller Municipal Airport. And for those thousands of citizens there who have no peace and quiet any day in their lives. And hopefully we will see that same enthusiasm and militancy for the plight of those folks. I would only point out to you one other thing, that I think that if you really are concerned and militantly concerned about environmental monitoring in particular, I would ask you to do one other thing, and that is to monitor the budget process. Because you see here, while we're talking in glowing terms about all that we're going to do and pursue, what you're likely to see in the very next couple of weeks as we deliberate the budget are proposals not only to cut the budget, but to specifically cut the environmental department, the planning department. That's where those activities are. And I think if you do not catch up to how this whole process works and what ultimately affects what it is that we do, then you will lose, and your militancy will have been lost in the rhetoric of the ordinances that are supposed to drive or not drive that process. When in fact what then ultimately happens is that without the wherewithal to do this, the city is left without the ability to do all of those things that we're carrying out, and that is the budget. And so if you are genuinely concerned about this, then you need to bird dog the entire budget process, and not just the tax rate, but specifically what it is that we're proposing to do and when we are putting our money where our mouth is to accomplish those goals. Otherwise, nothing has been accomplished. I would solicit your assistance in both of those efforts, and I will solicit not only just your assistance, but your militant, enthusiastic assistance in those efforts.
Thank you very much, Councilman. We have the substitute motion on the floor. Anybody else want to speak to the substitute motion?
Clarify that it includes, it's denying the PUD and includes that we will strongly oppose any incorporation.
Yes, ma'am, that is acceptable.
Okay.
Call the roll.
Councilmember Hofstadter?
Yes.
Councilmember Erdy?
Yes.
Mayor Cook?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Shipman?
Yes.
Councilman Barnstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Carl Mitchell?
Yes.
This closes the hearing, too.
Councilmember Humphrey?
Yes.
Move to adjourn. Move to adjourn. All in favor?
And now for a swim at Barton Springs.
I don't have my suit.